Alpha's Claim by Daphne Anders. Narrated by Bookzoro. Before we start, let us know in the comments where you're listening from and what kind of stories you enjoy most. We love hearing from our listeners. Chapter 1. POV. Cain. Jasmine. The forest after it rains. Cinnamon. Blue eyes staring back at me. My eyes flashed open, and I stared at a pure white ceiling.
I was dreaming again. Of her.
Of a mate that didn't exist. Of obligations I couldn't fulfill. I groaned and rolled over to my side, thinking of the many responsibilities that weighed constantly on my shoulders. Alpha of the Colorado Pack wasn't a small duty. Neither was the CEO of Naughton Technologies. I was 35 years old. Age is nothing in wolf years. With extended healing abilities, and wolves lived double the life expectancy of humans, while alphas and lunas lived triple the life expectancies of humans.
But 35 years old as an alpha, not to mention an unmated alpha, was troubling.
The whispers started a few months ago, about my mate, about if I'd be forced to take a choice mate, and about what would happen if I remained unmated without heirs. But everyone knew. They were just more than simple whispers. They were heavy with something else, something more.
The scent of weakness. Or at least they thought it was.
I was far from weak. I didn't radiate weakness. I was undefeated in sparring. I rarely got wounded in battle. No one challenged me. No one would survive if they did. Every she-wolf wanted to be my Luna, or at least get a chance at being mine for a night.
I was an alpha. I was undefeated in the human world as well. I was a CEO and the boss of a company. No one challenged me. And the human women were just as territorial as the she-wolves were.
I rarely lost. In the human world and in the werewolf world and, well, frankly, in anything. I never lost. I closed my eyes again and breathed in a deep breath, trying to recreate the memories, the sense, the dream. Jasmine, the forest after it rains. Cinnamon, blue eyes staring back at me.
And when I opened my eyes, it was the same white ceiling I was staring at, and not the mate I needed to gain in order to keep from losing. Now I lay in my sprawling Denver condo, overlooking the city, framed by the mountains, and playing the part of CEO for the next few days.
And in a few hours, I would be back in Estes Park in my pack house, playing the part of alpha. The duality suited me.
But the heaviness that came with both roles did not. I could handle war. I could handle strategizing for battle. I could handle the responsibilities of being in leadership roles. I could handle warrantless pack bickering. I could even handle the whispers about mating, or lack thereof.
But what I had a hard time handling was knowing that the scent I dreamed of was out there, and I had no way of grasping it. Not truly. I had no way of finding it without it finding me first. And in that way, I felt like I was losing. I rolled over to my side and let out another breath.
Get your ass up, Cain, and pack your bag.
Just as I was about to haul myself out of bed, my phone rang. My beta, Xavier, was calling. "Hey, Xav," I answered, stretching and staring out at the picturesque Denver skyline.
Good morning, Alpha. How'd you sleep?
A pause.
Like hell?
He chuckled. Yet again, I sighed. Another one of your dreams? He prodded. I groaned, then said, like clockwork, "This mate must really have a hold on you, Alf." I grunted in agreement. And I haven't even met her yet.
Hey, look on the bright side. At least the pack will stop whispering when you do finally claim your Luna.
That should have made me feel relieved, but it didn't. That'll be the day. He chuckled. Well, I'm ready when you are to head back home. Be out in 10, I replied, and clicked the end button. The drive home was as it always was. Long, uneventful, and thought-filled. Maybe I should just take a chosen, right? I leaned my head against the window and stared out at the mountains. And risk not finding the Luna you dream about? Xavier asked in shock.
I almost smacked my head against the window in irritation. The whole thing's messed up, right? I laughed, but there was zero humor to it. Xavier shook his head and patted me on the back. It's messed up that the biggest topic of conversation in the pack nowadays is who you should be spending the rest of your life with. That one made me laugh. Xavier always had a way about him. Don't do it, man! Forget the pack and the gossipers. You know no one would challenge you.
Eventually they might, Zav. Eventually they might, Zav. And you'll pulverize them. I laughed low and rough. I know, but... He cocked an eyebrow. But what? You pick some random she-wolf who your wolf barely tolerates? He was right. Without the actual mating bond, things would genuinely suck. Spending your life with someone just out of obligation and duty. Without the bond connecting a pair would probably drive any alpha insane. Right, I nodded.
That's why I'm your beta. We arrived at the pack house and went about our days.
I sat in my office for a few hours going over paperwork, then handled a phone call about boarders with the Utah Pack Alpha. Then I decided to go for a long run to satiate my wolf. I shifted, breaking my bones, changing from my human skin into that of a furry large brown wolf, and leapt throughout the forest. The soil was damp from earlier spring rain, but I ran onwards without stopping, my claws digging into the soil, kicking it up along with leaves and moss as I darted to my destination. The top of the hillside, overlooking a rolling overpass. Finally, I reached my destination and peered below. My wolf wasn't restless here, not in the wilderness, not in my true form. Here, I felt relief. Darkness surrounded me and engulfed me, and for a moment, I thought of nothing but being one with nature itself. I caught a whiff of a scent roll through the air. Fresh air. It smelled as if it was cleansed from the earlier storm that rolled through the forest after it rains. Her, my unknown mate. I shook away the thought and ran home. I shifted behind the pack house into my human figure. A 6'4" shadow replaced that of my wolf. I showered, trying to wash away everything from my run, the mud, the leaves, the blood from a kill, and even my incessant thoughts about finding my true mate. But as I lay awake, staring at the plain white ceiling, yet again, this time in a different location than when I awoke, all I could smell was her. Jasmine, the forest after it rains, cinnamon, and my wolf paced uneasily inside me, urging me to find her.
Soon, I assured him, along with myself. Soon.
Chapter 2. POV. Kiera. 1 week later. Question. Why did you get fired from your last assistant job at Blake Technologies? Answer. My boss and I shared differing views. Real answer. My boss, who was first my boyfriend before he was my boss, insisted that I start a job as his assistant, then proceed to cheat on me. I caught him. I broke up with him and I lost my job. Question. Why do you think we should take your word over Mr. Blake's? Answer. Because I'm being completely honest. Real answer. Because Mr. Blake is a lying, cheating jerk. Question. Relationships within the company are strictly forbidden. Would you start another relationship with another member of the company while employed here? Answer. Absolutely not. Real answer. I want nothing to do with another CEO in my entire damn life. I can assure you of that. I let out a heavy sigh as I stared into my reflection in the mirror. T-minus 10 minutes and I'd have my 5th interview for an assistant position at a tech company, and probably like the other 4 times, I would be denied the position and unfairly blamed for my ex's wrongdoings. Ryan, my ex has clearly done his best to blacklist me from every apparent job, using all of his connections, all because he was butthurt because I dumped him after I found him cheating on me. I guess I can't say I'm surprised. This was something I'd expected from Ryan, and now I can't even imagine why or how I went out with him in the first place. And now I was paying for it. Here goes nothing, I told myself, as I walked out of the bathroom and into the doors of the office of the CEO of Naughton Technologies, Cain Naughton. A woman stood in the center of the room, clutching a clipboard for dear life, and looking over me as if she already had made her opinion. She was the type of woman I expected to be Mr. Naughton's assistant already. Long-legged, tanned, long silky brown hair. She practically looked like a model. "You're late," she said, staring down at her watch. "I'm 1 minute early," I mumbled under my breath. She shot me a glare. "Right this way." "Right this way," I mocked inside my head. 2 gigantic wooden noir-colored doors stood closed in front of us. I straightened my shoulders, tossing my blonde hair behind my back and holding my head high. "Act confident, Kiera. This one might be it." But I knew that was optimistic, and at best, he'd be skeptical of hiring someone with a target on their back. As the doors opened and the woman hurried inside, I followed closely in her tow, peeking out from behind her at the large figure that loomed behind a desk. All I could see was the outline of him, tall, extremely tall, broad shoulders, dark hair, expensive suit. Then I saw him stiffen almost immediately, remaining frozen in place, staring at the fireplace behind him. "Excuse me, sir," the woman went on. Silence. He didn't respond. Well, this is weird. I froze in place, staring at the fireplace and his silhouette and wondering if I should just cut my embarrassment short here and run out of the room already. But no! My stubbornness. And something else. Something I couldn't quite name held me frozen in place. The woman went on again, trying to gain his attention. "Sir? Hello? Your 4 o'clock is here. Miss Sorens." He flinched but didn't move. He actually flinched. What the hell? Still, I stayed right in place, peeking at him from behind her, wondering what the actual hell was going on here. Fight or flight thrashed through my mind. Should I stay or should I run? But just as I was deciding between the two, he turned slightly, his hands curled into balls, as if he was a tight wound from something, as our gazes locked and I felt the world tilt sideways. I felt dizzy. I felt nauseous. I couldn't understand why. Still, I held myself upright and stared at him right back. I wasn't going to be intimidated into leaving. I shouldn't be. I should be given a fair chance just as anyone else. "Thank you, Margaret," he finally said. His voice was smooth, the smoothest voice I've ever heard. I breathed heavily as I took a step backwards in confusion. He turned to face me completely now, and I almost gasped at the sight of him. He was beautiful. He was the most beautiful man I've ever seen. Dark brown hair, mystifying deep blue eyes, a jawline sculpted to perfection, broad shoulders, muscular legs, a beard that was kept and trimmed. I think I was gawking. I forced my mouth shut and forced my gaze to the ground. This was strange. This was like something I've never felt before. A fire so rapid inside me that it was flaming my insides. A pull so strong that I felt as if I needed his presence. A connection so deep that I could see through his soul. I was beginning to sound and feel like a stalker. A certified stalker. I know I have a thing for tall guys, and muscular guys, and guys who exude authority, but this was something else entirely. I felt bewitched. That'll be all, Margaret. His voice floated over me again. Margaret nodded, glaring at me and strolling out of the office. And suddenly it was just the two of us staring at each other. "Sit!" he ordered, and I found myself immediately obeying. What the hell? As the doors closed behind us, I felt like I was frozen in place, being suffocated by something I could not name.
Chapter 3. POV. Cain. The moment she entered the office, I smelled it. Jasmine. The forest after it rains. Cinnamon. Her. My mate. I knew it was her almost instantly. I waited with bated breath from my office, knowing that the woman on the other side of the door had to be my mate.
My wolf prowled inside me, desperate to shift, desperate to claim what he desperately sought after for so long. His mate.
It felt like forever by the time my office's doors opened and in she walked. I didn't turn. I couldn't. I just felt her there, and the closer she got, her scent morphed. What was that? Fear? Surprise? Confusion? I could smell a mixture of sweat tangled with the smell of the cinnamon perfume she wore. My mind got the worst of me in that instance as I stared at the flames swallowing themselves over and over again. Could it be? It couldn't be. It's not possible. But the thought lingered the closer she got. She was human. I could scent it almost immediately. My mate was a human. And as the doors closed behind us, and we were the only two in the room, I knew with no mistake that she was a human. Her scent was purely human.
I squeezed my fists together, feeling my nails puncture the skin of my inner palm. Hell.
And there I saw it. Big, blue, beautiful eyes staring at me in shock. She was feeling the same thing that I was, but instead of living with the knowledge that she was my mate, she was probably confused as all hell why she felt this connection, this attraction, this pull to a man she hadn't even met before today. I stared at her across from me, sitting in a chair twice her size. She looked fragile, pale too. She almost looked like one of those Disney princesses.
I forced myself to speak, my teeth grinding together as I tried to keep from touching her, marking her, kidnapping her. So, Miss Sorens, tell me why you would like to be my assistant.
It was probably one of the most difficult questions I've ever asked. She almost responded, but something inside her stopped her cold. She paused, taking a deep breath, trying to regain some sense of normalcy, when I knew she could never, not unless I sever the mate bond. Excuse me, Mr. Naughton, I'm just a bit
Nervous?
I interrupted, as my fingers tapped along the desk. I was trying to keep my hand from instinctively reaching to touch hers. She nodded, offering me a slight weary but innocent smile. I've had experience as a personal assistant before. She pointed towards the resume and offered another soft, innocent smile.
She was charming. A human was charming.
I see, I mumbled, barely even looking at the resume. All I could look at was her. But then I noticed it, the attachment, a letter from the last place of employment she worked at, not offering her an employment recommendation. She babbled on. I know they haven't offered me a recommendation for future employment, but I can't explain. She obviously practiced for this and knew this would come up.
Go on, I said, keeping my hands on the table. Anywhere but near her, please, goddess.
She shifted nervously in her seat, scooting her butt forward and causing my gaze to drop down to the bare skin of her lower thighs. Soft, pale, mine.
Stop that! I told my wolf internally. Well, something happened, and we just shared differing views. She went tight-lipped after that. Differing views? A load of crock. I'm not buying it.
I'm not buying what you're selling, Miss Sorens.
Excuse me!
She scoffed. Fire. There was fire in this innocent creature after all. She quickly straightened her shoulders, going back to her innocent persona she tried so hard to uphold. I definitely wasn't buying that now. I cocked an eyebrow, smirking. A bit opinionated, aren't we? She tried to keep from looking at me.
Good girl. Submit.
No, don't submit, I mumbled to my wolf. She looked at me strangely as I recovered my composure and straightened my shoulders. What really happened, Miss Sorens? She bit her lip as if she was avoiding the truth.
Honesty is the first policy here at Naughton Technologies.
She looked defeated, then finally decided to speak. I only took the job because my ex convinced me to become his secretary. Then, I found him cheating on me, and he fired me as retaliation. It seemed like a weight was released from her shoulders when she gave her admission.
My hand balled in a fist, and instinctively I slammed it down onto the table.
She startled immediately, slamming her back into the chair and removing her gaze from mine. Damn it, Cain. She's going to think you're psychotic.
I softened my tone. Thank you for your time, Miss Sorens.
Her gaze darted back up to mine, like a puppy desperate for love, and for a moment, I thought about holding her, about cradling her in my arms, kissing her head and telling her that she's mine and she doesn't have to worry about cheating boyfriends anymore. But it took every molecule inside me to refrain from doing so. Instead, she nodded, clearing her throat and scrambling to her feet with shaky, unsteady legs. Thank you for your time, Mr. Naughton. I look forward to seeing you again. Damn. Because baby, me too. I let her leave the room. I let her walk towards the elevator. I let her leave the damn building. But all I could think about was making her mine.
When I knew I shouldn't, when I knew that a human would never be accepted as a Luna, when I knew that she would be terrified of my wolf and of my pack and everything that was a part of me.
Chapter 4. POV 𝒊𝒐𝒏. What the actual hell was that? I thought as I rode the elevator down alone, staring at the lit-up buttons as if they'd bring me salvation. I felt as if I could finally breathe, as if I could finally think straight, as if every sense was not clouded any longer, and I couldn't make sense of it. My preoccupation with Cain Naughton, a man I've never met before today, a man whose presence enamored me, even though he was curt and rude and quite frankly terrified me. Maybe I'm still overwhelmed from being cheated on? No, I didn't even really care about breaking up with Blake. He was a scumbag, so that couldn't be it. I think I was just terrified of him. But not just terrified, no. It was something else. His presence also aroused me. I clenched my legs together, trying to will away the rush of arousal flooding through me. Why was I aroused? That's actually really weird. I've never been merely aroused from a man's presence. It always takes more for me, actual touch, actual intimacy, not just looking at him. But he caused me to feel sensory overload by just being in the same room with him. I felt like I was in the actual Twilight Zone right about now. No way did that just happen. No way did I feel so overwhelmed by honesty that I had actually admitted the real reason that I was fired by my ex. But the truth was that I had felt inclined, as if I was almost hypnotized and needed to tell Cain Naughton the truth. Did he drug me? Was that it? If it was, then that could explain this entire situation. But I didn't drink anything or accept anything from him. Maybe he's one of those psychopaths that somehow puts drugs on things like chairs, doorknobs, who knows at this point, because that interaction was absolutely not normal. I could still hear my heart practically burgeoning to get out of my chest. I took a deep breath, closing my eyes as the elevator came to a stop and I took a small step out of the elevator. But I could see was him, as I closed my eyes. His deep blue eyes staring at me, swallowing me whole. Holy hell, that almost made me not remember to breathe. Breathe, Kiera! Stop being unreasonable! Breathe! Eventually, after a lot of self-coaching, I was able to breathe properly. As I walked out of the building, along with taking lots of heavy, prolonged, coached breaths, I decided that I deserved a much-needed glass of wine and bowl of pasta after the strange encounter. Plus, it gave me some time to think about what actually happened. Practical explanations, not whatever I was concocting up during my elevator ride. That was crazy. I stopped at an Italian restaurant a half of a mile away from Naughton Technologies and snuggled in a small corner booth overlooking the street. I ordered my usual comfort food for bad and draining days, vodka rigatoni with a tall glass of Pinot Noir. It hit, as it usually did, and I let out a breath of relief as I basically inhaled my pasta and ordered a second glass of wine. Okay, so what happened earlier, really? What's a rational explanation for it? He could be a vampire and hypnotized me with the glamour thing they talk about in books and movies? No, not rational at all. Next. I could have had low blood sugar, considering all I had today was a piece of raisin toast before this meal. More reasonable, but next. Maybe I was so overwhelmed and nervous, and maybe him staring at me as if he could see through my soul almost made me collapse from pressure. That one sounds reasonable. I finally took my last bite of pasta and clutched my wine glass steadily in my hand as I stared out the window and began to people watch to get my mind off of, well, everything. I took a large swig of wine, watching the passerbys fast walk down the sidewalk. I admired the couples that walked holding hands, and I watched people scurry by with their cute little dogs, and that's when I saw it. Out of the corner of my eye. Someone! Him! Cain Naughton standing across the street, staring inside at me. I almost spilled my wine all over the table and my lap. I blinked my eyes closed, then open again, hoping I was just imagining it. And he was gone. He was no longer across the street staring at me like a stalker. Okay, so there's two potential options here. He's a vampire just like I thought. Or I imagined it and I probably need therapy. But something inside me tingled with the recognition of his presence. And I knew either way I looked at it, if he was a supernatural creature or if I was going insane, there was something between us that I couldn't forget.
Chapter 5. POV. Cain. I knew I shouldn't have followed her, but I couldn't help myself. I needed to make sure that she got home safe, especially since I saw how flustered she was during the interview and when she left.
And the worst part of it all was that I let her leave. I let my mate walk away. The mate I had wanted for so long, the mate I needed, the mate I dreamed of. I just let her walk away, like she was nothing to me.
Damn her for being human. If she wasn't human, I knew what I would have done.
I would have marked her right then and there and made sure that she never left my side.
But her being human, well, it changed absolutely everything.
It turned my entire world upside down and inside out and left me with more questions than answers. It complicated everything. Everything. But werewolves, especially alphas, were overly possessive by nature. Once they catch a scent, once I caught her scent, it sent my entire body into overdrive, mind included. So, I did the only rational thing I could think of. I followed her home. She took a while to leave the elevator, then leave my building, but her scent was impossible to miss. Jasmine. The forest after it rains. Cinnamon. I tracked her instantly, passing a corner, then another, then catching back up to her with my swift strides. There she was, walking slowly, breathing heavily, trying to regain her thoughts more than likely. She would be a prime target if I was a predator. I could easily shove her into an alleyway, or shove her into my car, or drug her, or even place a tracker into the open bag she held from arm's reach. Naive girl, I muttered to myself, as I followed from a few people behind. Silly human girl. Another reason why I should convince myself that a human mate is not a good option for Luna. Aside for the usual stipulations, the pack would never accept her. Neither would they accept children if we had them. They'd always be considered half-breeds, not alphas, and neither would she probably accept a life within a pack with werewolves and away from her kind, humans.
It was an impossible future to consider, or even think of.
And every rational thought of mind knew that there was no way this girl should be my mate, while every animalistic part of me argued for otherwise. My wolf was nearly jumping at the very thought of her, thinking of marking her, of solidifying the bond once and for all, while the human side of me was thinking just as damning thoughts about making her mine completely, hearing her cry out my name over and over again, claiming her, marking her along every inch of her body if I needed to, until there was no question left in either of our minds that she was mine. Wolves are territorial, and alphas are even worse. She came to a stop in front of an Italian restaurant, brushing her long blonde hair behind her back with a shake of her head. Her scent wafted over me again, almost crippling me in public. I shook off the feeling, even though it was nearly impossible to do so, and kept my eyes on her. She hadn't noticed I'd been trailing her, which is another concern, as I'm a predator, and there's many more out there like me, and even worse human predators too. She darted into the restaurant, as if it was a sort of relief for her, then snuggled herself into a corner booth, alone. Alone. Good girl.
I was praising her as if she belonged to me. I was done for, truly done for. I changed my position across the street so I could watch her more clearly, to make sure no one bothered her, and to make sure she wasn't waiting on a date.
I watched her until she got her wine, then her food, then a second glass. I watched her facial expressions change as she thought to herself, probably about our encounter earlier. Goddess, I hoped she was thinking of me. I sounded like a pathetic teenage girl right now, but at that moment, as I watched her safe and protected under my gaze, I didn't care. My wolf begged me to go inside, to go speak to her, to claim her, to do anything but what should be done. But I knew if I did go inside, her scent would overwhelm me again, and I would be a goner.
So, I had to be smart about it. I had to keep my distance, for both of our sakes. Just as she took another sip of mine, her eyes darted to the street and landed on me.
She saw me. She knew I was there, watching her. Luckily, she took time, as all humans did, to re-elevate what she saw and blinked her eyes closed. I took it upon myself to disappear. But I knew that she wouldn't disappear. I knew that she would remain and filter into my every waking breath for as long as I refused to reject our bond or chose to solidify it. Chapter 6. POV. Cain. I laid awake most of the night in my overpriced bed, thinking of her. It was useless not to, because every time I closed my eyes, I saw her again, and not just blue eyes, but her soft, round face, her pale, creamy skin, the flush of pink in her cheeks, and the contour of her curves. She was human and fragile, but she was beautiful. There was no mistaking that. That morning, when I rolled out of bed and forced myself to go to the office, Margaret, my previous assistant, now manager of HR, hurried to open the door for me and hand me my coffee.
Still on the search for candidates,
she said nervously. No use, I grumbled, walking straight towards my office. I've found one.
You've found one?
She stuttered in surprise. I grunted, slumping into my office chair and glancing up at her. Give Kiera Lorenz a call. Tell her she's got the job, and be here within the hour.
Sir, the girl from yesterday? I thought you told me to put her into the reject pile, she argued.
Well then, I've changed my mind, Margaret. Margaret stopped talking and nodded in agreement. Right away, Mr. Naughton. Thank you, Margaret. I leaned back in my chair, lacing my hands behind my back and thinking of the look on her face when she got the call. Margaret knocked, then walked in. She will be here in 45 minutes, sir. Lovely. Thank you, Margaret. And looks like I'd be able to see it sooner than expected. My wolf was pacing inside, desperate to see its mate, but I knew that I had to be more composed than that. I began pacing back and forth near my large bay windows, overlooking the city below, and waiting for the inevitable, for her to walk in, surprised and confused, maybe even flustered, when I was barely holding myself together by a thread.
Get it together, Cain. You're doing this for one reason and one reason only. To protect her. To control the bond. To see to it that she is safe and the bond is regulated. That's it.
But my wolf disagreed. Quiet, I muttered to him, and he whined in response. After another 30 minutes of waiting, a light tap sounded on my door. Come in. She entered, wobbly legs and all, fumbling with her purse and notepad and stiletto heels. Good morning, Mr. Naughton. Goddess. The way she said my name made everything worse.
I cleared my throat, forcing the emotions down into the pit of my stomach. Good morning, Miss Lorenz. Take a seat. She fumbled with her purse and her notepad, all while balancing them on her lap as she took a seat across from me.
You'll have to pick things up quickly to work here. Your desk will be right outside my office. Extensions are listed on the phone, so is my work email passcode and login. Report to me when I have new emails, and I'll have you respond on my behalf. If someone calls, I am always in a meeting, and I will call them when I'm available if it warrants a callback. If a man named Xavier calls, put him through. Always. You will sit with me in meetings, transcribe notes on the laptop provided, and run the errands I need you to run.
At times I will be out of office. You will manage things in my absence, and I will take care of things on a virtual basis. I will require you to manage my schedule, as well as accompany me to company and business-related events.
She continued to scribble on her notepad without stopping, until her hand looked weak and tired. Eventually she stopped and nodded. Good. We'll have lunch at noon.
We!
She squeaked. I didn't smirk. Yes, I'll go over expectations and duties for tomorrow during lunchtime. She opened her mouth to probably argue, then closed it almost immediately. I cocked an eyebrow. Did you have something to add, Miss Lorenz? No, she said almost immediately, forcing a smile. Goddess, she smelled amazing today. Still the scent of jasmine, the forest after it rains, and cinnamon lingered, but it seemed fresher than yesterday, as if she had just taken a shower this morning and her hair was still damp. Mr. Naughton, she asked. She noticed, didn't she? She just caught me sniffing the air.
I played it off. Yes, Miss Lorenz. She shook her, grasping the edge of the chair as if she was draining it of life. Never mind. Thank you for the opportunity. I nodded, sharpening my tone. This opportunity will hopefully prove to mutually benefit us both. That's what I meant for it to be, after all. I needed her in my presence, in my eyesight, in my scent, sight even so, that I could control the bond and temper the control she had over me. But deep, deep down, I wondered if I could keep the promises I had made to myself about restraint. And as she walked away, I couldn't keep from ogling her. Curved figure, small waist, muscular legs,
perfect height for me to pull her close. As she closed the door behind me, she offered me a strained smile, catching me staring at her with hungry eyes.
I told myself this was about control, about temperance, about the pack.
But all I could think about was my own self-desire for her, and how I had already imagined what it would feel like to finally claim her completely, to hear her cry my name, to make her fully mine, to give her my mark, my child, my future as Luna.
Chapter 7. POV. Kiera. To say I jumped when I got the call about the job would be a direct understatement. I nearly fell out of bed in surprise and excitement because I needed this job. This would probably be the one job that I would get since my ex was blocking me from any other company. I'm not sure why Cain Naughton wanted to go against him and make an enemy, but it seemed that frankly he didn't care. The interview was extremely strange, and I thought my chances of getting the job were slim to none after it ended. And then there was the odd feeling of him watching me eat dinner, though I had chalked it up to me imagining things after all. Still, I hadn't thought I'd be offered a job at the end of it. Yet here I was, sitting at a desk right outside of his office, managing his schedules, answering his phone calls, and placing a lunch order for the two of us. I stared down at the paper. 2 ribeye steaks, mashed potatoes. He was really going to eat 2 ribeye steaks for lunch? I glanced down at the note directly below it. I'd recommend the ribeye steak for yourself as well. I scoffed. Did he just try to order lunch for me? I shook my head, then checked out the online menu. Roast chicken with balsamic carrots it is. He can have his 2 ribeyes and mashed potatoes. I tried to figure things out the best I could for the next few hours. I answered the phones with my best, overly confident, preppy voice. Made sure to mention that he was in a meeting but would return their calls soon. Then read through all his emails and scrambled notes down to mention in our lunch meeting. Then placed our lunch order for delivery at exactly 11:45 p.m. I knocked on his door, waiting for him to grumble, "Come in," then entered carrying 2 bottles of water and our meals, while balancing a notepad in between the crook of my arm. He waved me towards the couch assembly over by the windows, as he argued with someone on the other line of the phone. The phone call was quick, and I only heard bits and pieces of it. Pack, territory, a week. Then he quickly hung up, tucked the phone in his suit pants and strutted over. He took a seat across from me, leaning against the back of the chair, making his shoulders appear gigantic. His eyes never left mine. For a moment, we sat in the uncomfortable silence until his phone buzzed, pulling his gaze away from mine. "Hey, Zav!" he greeted. "Yeah, I know. I'll be back in a week. I have some things to take care of here before I return." He looked down at the table as he listened to the person on the other line. Then, "I know, but I can't swing anything shorter. It's important." He glanced up at me then, locking eyes, then ended the call. He hunched forward, opening the box and grabbing a fork and knife in hand. "Sorry about that. Business?" I nodded, staring at my unopened box for a moment, before opening it and beginning to eat. "I see you didn't get the ribeye after all." I looked up with a mouthful of chicken. I'm not a huge fan of red meat. He chuckled, as if something I said was funny. "Don't do it, Kiera!" But of course I did it anyway. I said what I wanted to say. "Do you always order for your assistants?" He laughed, a loud, low belly ache type laugh. "I merely offered a recommendation." "I'm glad you find that amusing," I mumbled. "Extremely," he smirked. I wanted to roll my eyes, but I refrained from doing so. Instead, I had another mouthful of chicken and carrots and watched him as I did. And in between bites, he did the same. We were at a standoff. both of us eyeing each other like adversaries as we ate lunch in total silence. You could say it was awkward to the regular person, but to me, it was stimulating. Eventually, he got up, resting a hand on the side of his belt line as his other hand clutched the empty takeout container and walked towards the garbage can. I watched him as he did, admiring the silhouette of his strong back, the way his forearm muscles rippled, and the way he exuded confidence as he even walked. "This is your boss, Kiera. You need to stop. You literally just got this job a few hours ago." I forced my gaze downwards and studied my scribblings on the notepad instead. When he took his seat again, he leaned forward, balancing his elbows on his knees and forcing my gaze back to his. "Anything from my emails?" "Yes, quite a lot," I began, trying to decipher my list. I rambled off the findings from the emails, and he gave me replies which I jotted down as equally quick. "Good," he remarked as if it was revolutionary. I reached forward to clear off the takeaway box, and at the same time he reached to grab his phone. Our hands touched, and a surge of electricity surged through my body. I gasped, tugging my hand away and against my chest. His jaw ticked as his hand formed into a ball, but he got up without saying anything and walked towards the window, tucking his hands in his pockets. I hadn't felt something like that before, just from a touch, especially while sober. That was intense as he was, and that's saying something. "Take the rest of the day off," he said when I turned to leave. I stopped. "Sir?" "Go home, Kiera." My name on his lips. It sounded like a symphony. He was intense, arrogant, and magnetic, but somehow, despite his severe, intimidating, and overwhelming qualities, his presence still made me think that this felt right. But I was just as confused as our first meeting, if not more. So I left, and I didn't stop to look back.
Chapter 8. POV. Cain. Sweat slicked my body as I tossed to my side and let out a deep growl. Another dream. Another dream of her. The human mate that I wasn't supposed to have in the first place. But it wasn't just the dream that caused me to come undone. It was what happened in the dream. I glanced down, my body clearly reacting to what I'd just dreamed. I had another dirty dream of her. I groaned as I pressed my eyes closed again and tried to force the image away, but it was useless. All I could see was her, in my arms, giving herself over to me completely, our bodies finally coming together the way they were always meant to. Then my wolf sinking his teeth into the smooth, pale skin of her perfect neck and claiming what's ours, finally. I ran my hand through my tousled bed hair and let out another deep sigh.
I shouldn't be dreaming of that. I shouldn't be dreaming of her.
But I guess what did I expect would come from hiring her as my assistant and constantly being around her. It had been 3 days of pure torture, pure agonizing torture, of watching her walk by, of her scent engulfing every breath I took, of her laughing casually with male coworkers and holding off from tearing their heads off, of thinking about how badly I wanted to claim her completely, of wanting to make every inch of her mine. It drove me wild. And tonight would probably bring out the real beast inside of me, especially when I saw her in that dress I sent her. I scooped up my phone and scanned through my unread texts. One from Xavier reminding me about a meeting he would attend in my absence. Damn, noted. I quickly typed out a reply, and one from her. My wolf paced inside as I read the message. Mr. Naughton, the dress was really unnecessary.
I wanted to tell her to call me Cain, or Alpha, or even mate, but I knew I couldn't. Not now, not yet, maybe not even ever, but instead I typed out, "You reflect me, Miss Sorens." Informal, cold, painful.
It was painful to make this into a transaction, to make this into something informal, as if my feelings for her meant nothing. But I had to separate the two as long as I possibly could. She replied within a minute. Thank you. I typed out, O'Halloran's, 6 p.m. This will be an important investment meeting. I'll be on time, sir.
I wanted to respond, and it took everything in me not to, but I couldn't. Control yourself, Cain. So I did.
That was until I saw her in that dress. That damned exquisite, expensive, elegant dress I picked out. Green satin, scooped neckline, and a hem that cut off right above her ankles. She looked incredible. I almost crushed my glass of champagne from merely looking at her. Blonde hair cascaded around her shoulders like gold. She clutched her purse tightly as she started towards me, with a nervous smile. You're late, I muttered, trying to keep from inhaling her. Sorry, she whispered, placing herself behind me and listening to the exchange of conversation between myself and my investors.
Eventually, the conversation died out, so I started towards the bar, ushering her along. It took everything inside me not to touch the small of her back and guide her gently to the bar. Instead, I walked ahead of her, forcing that feeling into the pit of my gut and ordering 2 glasses of champagne from the bartender. Kiera was fidgeting with her hands nervously, looking down at her feet. Here, I replied, handing her a glass. She smiled, accepting it, and taking a long sip. Thank you, Mr. Naughton. Would you excuse me? I need to use the bathroom. I promise I'll be quick.
The thought made me tense, her wandering off alone to the bathroom, in a room full of men on the prowl.
I'll go with you,
I said quickly. Her expression changed from nervous to surprised. She shook her head vehemently. No, that's not necessary. I'll be fine alone. It wasn't an offer, Kiera. I cursed myself as I said her name. She opened her mouth to fight, but no words came out. Instead, she nodded. Our walk to the bathroom was full of interruptions, but I waved them all off, ignoring each and every one of them. She handed me her glass of champagne, then scurried into the bathroom. I watched every step she took, the way her thigh muscles constricted, the way she looked in that dress, the way her hair hung in curls down her backside. One half of me thought about following her into the bathroom, pressing her against the sink, and never letting her go.
But the rational half of me knew that I couldn't.
She smoothed down her dress as she exited, grazing my fingers with hers as she took back her glass of champagne, and nearly made me convulse right then and there. I cleared my throat, then hurried to the bathroom, mumbling out as I walked away, "Excuse me." When the bathroom door shut behind me, I let out a breath that I felt like I was holding on to for hours.
This was becoming unbearable, between the alcohol, her proximity, and the way she smelled and looked. I didn't know if I could control my wolf or my desires any longer. Get it together, Cain. You're acting like a teenage boy. You're pathetic. You're not acting like an alpha. You're acting like a damn wuss.
I clutched both sides of the sink and turned on the faucet. The sound of running water only made me think of her, in my shower, in my arms. I tossed water onto my face and closed my eyes, trying to get my mind together. My heartbeat slowed to its used beat, and my wolf stopped pacing, for now. But as soon as I opened the door and heard her soft laughter, it picked right back up.
There she was, Kiera, my mate laughing casually with a man in an expensive suit. Henrik, one of my investors.
I quickly approached, rolling my shoulders as I did and territorially taking my place next to her. Without even thinking, I ran my fingers along her upper arm, claiming her, without even speaking. She shifted, and her eyes immediately darted to mine.
She felt it. The bond, the connection, the claim. Henrik started rambling again, not understanding the hint. Well, it would be great to get together. I growled. I actually growled before clearing my throat quickly. Is it really appropriate to hit on my assistant?
Henrik took a step back, smiling, trying to hide his desire for her. I was merely just being friendly. Apologies, Cain. Then he walked off. But I held my grip along her arm, as if she belonged to me already. You can let me go, she whispered. I turned quickly to look at her, fire in my eyes, and reluctantly I let go of her arm, shifting my gaze back to the painting before me. Galas are always so pretentious. I think it's time to go. Well, good night then, Mr. Naughton, she said, a bit dazed from the bond.
I could tell it was affecting her. Our gazes met. My driver will take us home.
She nodded weakly, as if she couldn't find it in her to deny my request. Good girl. I waved her forward, watching her walk ahead of me with each step. I knew I couldn't handle touching her again, not this soon, so I kept my distance. I opened the door for her and watched as she slid into the black leather seats of my Escalade. Then I followed, keeping a careful distance between the two of us. The entire time, she stared out the window, fixated by the city lights, and probably reeling inside from my proximity. As the car came to a stop in front of a modest building, she started to open her door, but I beat her to the other side. I'll walk you. She nodded, shifting her gaze downwards until we stopped in front of her doorstep. Then, she decided to look up at me, with those big, blue, beautiful eyes. Those eyes that spoke to me without her mouth even opening. I was dying to kiss her right here, to press her against the brick of her building, drag my tongue and teeth over her neck, and mark her as mine, until the only thing she could think, breathe, or speak was my name. Thank you for the ride, she said, her voice squeaking from her nerves. My teeth ground together as I reached my hand out, just slightly, barely enough to reach her face, then stopped before I could touch her. My arm fell down to my side, like a heavy weight. I'm glad you're home safe, I managed out, turning on my feet, away from her without a second glance. I couldn't do this. I couldn't be with her, alone, like that. I was seconds away from losing it completely. It seemed that this situation was more difficult than I previously expected.
Chapter 9. POV. Kiera. Hi. As soon as I shut the door behind me, I let out a heavy breath, slid my back down the door, and curled myself into a ball. That was draining, intense, confusing. I couldn't find the right word, and I didn't understand what was happening to my body. Every time I was around him, my boss, electricity surged, dragging me towards him, towards his touch, towards everything about him. And the worst part was that I hung on every word he said, and I did everything he asked, like a puppet. I covered my hands over my face and tried to steady my breathing, but it didn't work, because all I could think about was him, almost touching my face, almost saying something he probably shouldn't have, and that I wanted it. I wanted him to do it. What was happening to me? I tried to calm myself by making tea, lathering myself up with calming lotion and applying a face mask, but nothing worked. Because all I could feel was the linger of his touch along my arm, the echo of his growl, yes, an actual growl, and the way his eyes held their gaze on me with possessive fierceness. Sleep would help, I told myself, but I knew it wouldn't. I was only putting a Band-Aid over my emotions, hoping they would go away, knowing damn well they would start again like clockwork tomorrow morning. I shoved my sleep mask on, cuddled my pillow, and forced myself to sleep. When morning came around and I pressed the snooze button far more than I should have, I eventually hauled myself out of bed, hoisted on a black pencil skirt and white satin button-up shirt, and a pair of uncomfortable black heels, slung my purse over my shoulder, started my car and yelled, literally yelled into oblivion, into the small space of my Prius. It should have felt cathartic, but it only served as a reminder of him. I drove to the nearest coffee shop. Within a few days, I memorized his order. It wasn't hard, a blonde roast with a splash of whole milk and 1 sugar. In contrast, I ordered the exact opposite, a honey lavender latte. As I made my way into the building and into the office, his office was slightly ajar, signaling his early arrival. I scurried towards the door, purse, coffee, and lack of dignity in hand, and quietly knocked. But as I peeked around the corner, I realized he was already staring at me, like a lion stares at his prey. I gulped, stepping forward, feeling my legs weaken, and set the coffee on his desk. "Thank you, Kiera." There he goes again, saying my name. And if he was trying to make me into a blubbering mess, he was doing a damn good job at it. I mentioned, forcing a weak smile. Damn him. "I have a few private calls to make before our 1 o'clock. I nodded, staring at him, sizing him up, sizing every inch of him up. Bright blue eyes, trimmed beard, a full head of hair, an impossibly perfect physique. It was absurd not to be attracted to a man like him, and here I was. His eyes clouded almost to gold? Was I seeing things? Then within a flash, they turned back to blue. I shook my head slightly, trying to regain apparent consciousness before I turned on my heels and walked out of his office. I was officially losing it, falling for my boss, yet again, and on the route to getting fired, wasn't I? I needed to stop. The rest of the day drowned on, and not once did Cain come out of his office. I brought him his lunch at noon, then ate mine alone at my desk. When 12:50 rolled around, I carefully knocked on his door. "Your 1 o'clock's here," he responded with a mumble. "Send them in." After that, I sat at my desk until 5 p.m. rolled around and he still hadn't left his office. My feet were killing me from my heels. My eyes were burning from staring at a phone and computer screen all day, and I wanted to get home and take a nice long bath. I picked up my notepad and headed towards his office. As soon as I went to knock, the door flung open and Cain was standing in the doorway, towering over me. His collar was open, his tie discarded, and he wore only black dress pants and a crisp white button-up shirt. My mouth fell open and I struggled to find words, but before I could do or say anything, Cain's arm wrapped around mine and he dragged me into his office and shut the door behind him. For a second I thought he'd release me, grumble something out, tell me to sit, bark off more orders, but he just pushed me against the back of the door, his grip still on me, and stared at me. "Cain," I said without thinking, quickly recovering. "Mr. Naw." But before I could finish, his lips were on mine. And not just his lips, his hands too, sending me into a spiral. He crushed his body against mine, pinning me against the door, and used his left hand to cradle my jaw as he deepened his kiss. Sparks, energy, inferno. It was the most incredible kiss I've ever had in my life. I fell into him, obeying his lips and wanting as much as he gave. But just as soon as it started, it came to an abrupt end. His lips removed from mine and he stared at me with golden eyes. I blinked once, but they were still gold. "Shut your eyes!" He cut me off. "Go home, now." "But, get out, Kiera!" he shouted, and I felt myself scattering to leave, almost running to get away from him. Everything inside me was begging me to turn back, but my body knew to obey his command.
Chapter 10. POV. Cain.
Hell! What the hell was that, Cain?
I was sitting in my office chair and my head was spinning, and at the same time my wolf was howling inside me, begging me to chase after her and claim her. But all I could think about was the kiss, the way her lips felt, the way they froze me, the way they enraged me, the way they made me into a mess of contradictions.
I didn't feel like an alpha right now. Not in her presence, not crippled by the feeling of need, of want, of taking what's mine.
But the duality of it was that I couldn't take what belonged to me, what I needed, what I wanted, because I didn't even know if I wanted her to belong to me yet, as my Luna.
I slammed down my fist on my desk, cracking the wood and snarling as I looked down at the imperfection I had just created.
I tried to make sense of it, of my longing for her, of why the moon goddess chose this god-forsaken bond in the first place, of why my restraint snapped and let me kiss her. But I found no answers. There was no explanation of anything, because our bond wasn't explainable. It was just as unexplainable as the mere existence of werewolves in general. The bond wasn't rational. It wasn't natural. It was beyond both. I was an infinite notion that took and gave, and never with any sense.
And here I was, suffering from it, and dragging her down with me.
The poor girl probably had no idea what was going on. She was probably confused, scared, even delusional. She had no idea why electricity surged when we touched, or our insides flamed when we kissed, or why she was attracted to me, beyond physical qualities when she didn't really know me. At least I knew what was happening. I still hadn't decided my choice.
And here I was, taking advantage of her, kissing her, despite my reservations, claiming her, strengthening our bond, even when I wasn't sure if I would ever solidify it.
Damn it, Cain. You're a real idiot, I cursed to myself. I sprung out of my chair and began pacing around my office, back and forth, incessantly, thinking of my next step. I didn't regret it. In fact, I wish I never stopped kissing her. But I didn't know where to go from here.
Should I pretend like nothing happened? Tomorrow? Should I text her tonight and apologize? Should I make up an excuse and tell her I was drunk? Should I do it again? And this time, not stop there. I considered a few things. Maybe I didn't need to bring her back to my pack house. Maybe we could have a relationship from here. I could keep men to guard her. I could keep her in my penthouse. I could buy her a brand new car and anything her heart desired, and tell her I have to travel for work. We could live a secret life here away from my pack and everything might be all right. But my wolf howled inside me, arguing that it was a horrible option, hiding my true self from my goddess-given mate and from my world. He argued that it wouldn't ever work. And I knew he was right. I couldn't live a double life with her, my mate. It wouldn't be right.
I slumped into a seat on my black leather couch and looked out at the Denver skyline, picturesque as usual.
I pictured her driving home, probably thinking about the kiss the same as I have. Then I pictured her confused and going to sleep with concerns, and that hurt me. It pained me to think of causing discomfort to my mate. I pressed up into a seat on the couch, placing my elbows on my knees and my head into my hands.
I regretted nothing. If anything, I only wanted to do it over, again and again. But I knew I couldn't tell her the truth. Not now, not yet. I couldn't risk it. I knew what I needed to do. I needed to pretend like it never happened, like it didn't mean anything. I needed to be calm, collected, and cold.
I needed to set boundaries for both of our sakes tomorrow.
POV, Kiera. I couldn't stop thinking about the kiss, about the tingles, the sparks, the fire that burned into me. I didn't want him to stop, ever. And when he did, I could feel his kiss linger on my lips like a phantom touch. Then, the most perfect kiss I had ever received was ruined, just like that. Cain's eyes went cold instantly, and when he ordered me to leave, I almost broke down right there. Why did I want to cry when he told me to leave? And what was going on with his eyes? They glowed, or did they? And did he regret kissing me? And could I get fired for this? I had so many questions, yet zero answers. And I knew I couldn't just walk in tomorrow and question my boss. Though I wanted to, I knew I had to pretend like it never happened, because I was almost 98% certain he would do the same. So, I went to bed, dreaming of the kiss, and the way his eyes glowed a golden color, and the way the entire world around us paused. And when I woke up to a blaring alarm and brushed out my knotted blonde hair, I knew today would be either awkward or difficult, or maybe even both. It was exactly 7:58 a.m. when I knocked on his office with his usual coffee order and waited for his reply. Silence. I knocked again, this time 2 raps instead of 1. "Mr. Naughton?" A loud rumble came from behind the door. "Not now." "Not now?" I knocked again. "But I have your coffee." Silence. "Fine, whatever then." I stomped away from the door and set the coffee down on my desk. I don't even want to talk to him today anyways. But that was a lie. I totally did. Still, I pressed that feeling deep inside me and got back to work, screening his emails, phone calls, and handling his calendar for the rest of the day. Luckily, we didn't have any actual in-person meetings the rest of the day. Cain had one Zoom meeting, which he insisted he'd handle without me, by sending me a one-line email. I wanted to type out a sarcastic reply like, "Sure thing, boss. I will make myself invisible today because of your choices." But I didn't. I chose the more politically correct response. "All right. Thank you for informing me. Please let me know if I can be of any assistance for the remainder of your day." I leaned back in my office chair, closed my eyes, and slumped my shoulders in annoyance. Then my phone buzzed. I glanced down at the screen. Jason! Jason's a guy I've gone on my first rebound date with after I broke up with my ex. He's attractive, employed, and is sweet. Maybe Jason can get my mind off of Cain. I glanced down at the text. Jason, hey you! I hope your week is well. Call me when you get a second. I guess I could take my lunch break now since my boss is still dead set on avoiding me. I sent off a quick text to Cain. I'm leaving for my lunch break. Let me know if you need anything. Then I grabbed my sunglasses and purse and dialed his number as I stood in front of my desk. Hey Jason, how are you? I greeted. He answered the phone with a cheerful tone. Great. Just thinking of you. How are you? Fine. I just started a new job this week. I'd love to hear all about it over dinner tomorrow night, if you're free. I thought about it for a second. Jason didn't scream sparks like Cain did, but I guess sparks can be invented? Who knows? All I know is I need to be wined and dined and have a night away from thinking of Cain. Yes, I'd love to get dinner tomorrow night. But as soon as I said the words, Cain's door opened and he took up the entire entryway with his large body. He couldn't have heard what I said, could he?
Chapter 11. POV. Cain.
As soon as I heard the echo of a male's voice on Kiera's phone, I knew I had to listen.
I pressed my ear to the door, using my wolf hearing to listen in on her muffled conversation. The voice was young, so it couldn't be her father or grandfather. Maybe a brother? Hopefully a brother.
But as the conversation progressed and I heard Kiera giggle, I knew this was someone interested in her. A man interested in my mate. Then I heard, I'd love to hear all about it over dinner tomorrow night. If you're free? Hell no! Not happening!
She cannot go on a date without another man. I won't allow it.
Say no, Kiera. Tell him no.
She started speaking again, her voice softening in the way that undid me. Yes, I'd love to get dinner tomorrow night.
I couldn't control it any longer. I snarled loudly. I'm going to kill this guy. I'll rip him to shreds. I'll bury him in a shallow grave and show her his body until she gets it through her head who she belongs to.
Me, her alpha, her mate. I stared at her, dead on from the doorway. She cowered slightly, slumping her shoulders and looking back and forth between me and the phone. Sorry, Jason, she whispered.
My jaw ticked. Yes, please inform Jason that you have to go. See you later, she whispered, before ending the call and pushing the phone back onto the desk. Sorry, Mr. Naughton. I was just...
I cut her off, not wanting to hear another word about that filthy human who had the hots for my mate. Don't forget to make a reservation for us at Irvine's for tomorrow night at 6 p.m.
Her forehead wrinkled. Tomorrow? She squeaked out. I let out a sigh, pretending as if I was aggravated. Yes, tomorrow. Did you forget about our dinner arrangements?
No, well,
She paused, her jaw ticking, as she tried to remember something that never occurred. Yes, I must have forgot because I just made plans. I cut her off. Well, then you'll have to cancel your little date. I'm sure he'll understand. My eyes flashed to golden as I thought of another man taking her out, another man kissing her, another man touching her, another man claiming her.
I fought back a deep growl.
Without another moment of waiting, she picked up her phone. Hello. I'm calling on behalf of Cain Naughton. I'd like to make a reservation for...
2,
he mouthed. For 2. For tomorrow at 6 p.m. Thank you. Then she ended the phone call and looked back up at me. Thank you, Miss Lawrence. My smile was cunning and calculated. Wear something nice to work tomorrow. My gaze tracked over her body, stopping at the bare skin of her upper thighs and the way her dress clung to her curves. She nodded. We'll go straight from work. You may come in late tomorrow, at 10 a.m. Thank you, she replied, glancing down at her phone on her desk. And make sure you call your date back to inform him you're otherwise occupied. My jaw ticked when I said the words. Otherwise occupied. For life, I wanted to say but refrained. The next day, I tried to avoid her as much as possible, up until dinner. I knew I wouldn't be able to keep my hands off of her if I didn't, and dinner would take the entirety of my control.
I thought about canceling the dinner altogether, wondering if it was a good idea or if I could handle being that close to her and completely alone with her again, without feeling the need to touch her or kiss her or take her. But I knew I couldn't cancel. If I did, then I would risk her going out with that jerk and ending up killing him if she did. So, by arranging this dinner date, I was essentially doing damage control prevention. I loosened the tie around my neck and tossed it onto the table, then glanced down at the time. 5 p.m. I should get going soon. Traffic during this hour would be horrendous.
Kiera was sitting at her desk when I exited, and got to her feet immediately as I exited, with wobbly and unsteady legs. Are you ready? She nodded, offering a strained smile. Yes, thank you. I stepped beside her, opening the door for her and guiding her out. My hand hovered around her backside, without touching her, but giving the feeling of closeness I was so desperate for. The scent of jasmine was fragrant on her skin. She must have just sprayed perfume. I glanced down at the dress she changed into. The color was as deep as red wine. The hem stopped right before her knees, and the neckline was modest, yet showed the curve of her breasts. She noticed my preoccupation and reddened. I hope this is all right. I wasn't sure what you wanted me to wear. That's fine. You look nice. She blushed a crimson color, then tried to hide it behind her light blonde hair. The car ride felt incredibly long. Her scent was the only air I could breathe in. I wanted desperately to touch her, to mark her, and end this charade, but I still couldn't bring myself to make that choice, to choose a human to help me lead my pack.
So, I did what any normal human man would do. I disguised my intentions, my true desires with the ruse of dinner.
Kiera thought we were going out to a formal work dinner, to go over business. But the reason for this dinner was a far cry from business. It was for my own pleasure, of seeing her across from me, of other men seeing that she belongs to me, of learning about bits and pieces of her life and the woman she was beneath her fragile yet defiant exterior.
It was one more step towards my decision, if she would be my mate, or if I would sever the bond.
Chapter 12. POV. Kiera. To say I was nervous would be an understatement. My entire body was shaking. Shaking because of what? Well, I have no idea. Like before, it was just the way he affected me. I read books about this, about what it means when your legs are constantly wobbly, and when you're constantly fantasizing about their touch, and when you can't stop thinking about them. And in the books, the romance books, it all meant one thing: love. But how can you love somebody you don't even know? I thought that after a few days that things would start to feel less intense, less sensational, and less confusing. But I was wrong. I was totally wrong because things seemed to only get worse, especially after the kiss. The kiss changed everything. It made me daydream. It made me crave. It made me feel less delusional. And right now, I was going to dinner with my boss, sitting next to him in his sleek black SUV, being taken to one of the nicest steakhouses in the city. Cain hadn't said a word since our journey began. He hadn't taken his gaze off of the window. He had purposefully kept himself separated from me by 2 feet exactly. But every sense inside me begged for his eyes on me, his lips on me, his hands on me, anything and everything. I needed to stop thinking about it, for my own sake. But every time he let out a breath, or when I felt him move even an inch, my heartbeat increased, dramatically. I tried to hide it, but no matter how clever I thought I was at concealing my emotions, it looked like Cain saw through me, and that unsettled even further. Finally, the car came to a halting stop. Before I could open my door, Cain was on the other side, waiting for me. "But you were just," I said, confused. "I'm quick on my feet," he murmured, offering me his hand to help me escort me into the restaurant. The touch of his hand on mine almost sent me into a frenzy. We were escorted by the maître to a large corner booth. It had to be the nicest seat in the restaurant. Private, low lighting, intimate. I looked at the menu, but much longer than I should have before I snuck a peek at him. He wasn't looking at the menu. He was staring straight at me. That unsettled me even further, causing me to shift back into the booth in surprise. A small smirk formed on his lips as he looked me over, tracing his eyes over my face and landing on my lips for a second too long. "Have you decided what you'd like to order?" I bit my lip. His eyes steadied right on the spot I bit. I forced my gaze down and back onto the menu. I think a ribeye with brown butter green beans. "And to drink?" I didn't look up. "A Cosmo?" I glanced up at him, and his eyes were on mine. He waved over the waiter with a flick of his wrist and rattled off our order. The waiter came back within a few minutes with our drinks. I fixated on the bourbon glass nestled in his hands instead of his face. Anything but his face. Because those eyes that were usually blue but somehow turned gold, would make me fall right apart. But like an idiot, I looked up at him anyway, then shifted my gaze immediately back down to my purse and rifled through it, tugging out a pen and paper to distract myself from the fact I was at dinner with a man who I was clearly attracted to, who happened to be my boss. So, I screened most of your emails and calls from today, and I think we should set up a meeting with Peterson Corporation next week to try to entice them into becoming customers and looking at your schedule. You have Tuesday open. I glanced up to get his response. His gaze seared through me as he tapped the rim of his glass. No work. No work? I stuttered. He slumped his arm around the backside of the booth. No work tonight. I fixated on it. The way he looked in a perfectly tailored blazer, the way his muscles contoured around it. As my gaze traveled back down to his, he was already smirking with satisfaction. I want to learn about you. Learn about me? I asked, in disbelief. Well, there's not much to learn. I hardly believe that, he replied, studying me. I thought a moment. What should I even tell him? Should I tell him about my boring childhood? About my failed relationships? About my tiny apartment? I didn't even know where to start. Start with your childhood, he said, deciding for me. And like a puppet, I obeyed. Well, there's not much to know. I grew up in Boulder. My mom's a nurse. My dad's an accountant. I'm the only child. I went to college for business management, and here I am, working as your assistant. Go on? So I did. The last person I actually dated, was a jerk, as you know, and has tried to ruin any employment prospects for me, so I guess you can say I have bad taste in men. That one made his jaw tick. Well, in relationships, not in bosses. His expression didn't change. I live in Denver, in a 4-story apartment building. I have a lot of plants, and there's a park nearby. That's it. That sums up my life. He leaned forward, changing his position closer to me. Do you like nature? Strange question. I laughed nervously. It's a serious question, Kiera. Well, I guess I really hadn't thought about it. I shook my head in confusion. I guess I do. I sit outside and read whenever I can, and I used to take day trips out to Rocky Mountain National Park when we were together. I cringed at the thought. He nodded. It seemed, so did he. What about dogs? Dogs? I laughed. You're serious? Straight-faced. No humor. At all. Crystal. Yes, I like dogs. Good. Good? What about wolves? I sipped my Cosmo. Wolves? I almost spit out my drink. Silence. I wouldn't know. I haven't seen one up close, and I'm thankful for that. Silence. He took a sip of his drink, as if he was preparing for the final, big question, then said, Do you see yourself as a leader? I laughed, a loud belly-aching laugh. A leader? I'm your assistant. He didn't flinch. Yes, but you can still lead. Well, I believe in doing what's right, but I've never led anyone in my life besides myself. He leaned back as if he was contemplating what I said, but before he could give any type of response, the waiter set down our meals and saved us from that strange encounter. We ate quietly. That was until he set down his fork with a soft clink, and I felt his gaze upon me again. I think we should talk about what happened, I finally said, staring down at my empty plate. His face had no emotion on it. About the kiss, I trailed off. He cocked an eyebrow, studying me some more, and scooting towards me in the circular booth until he was inches away from my face. The rate of my breathing increased tenfold. The kiss, he began, looking at my eyes, then my lips, then my collar, then down, then my hand. His hand slowly clasped my hand in his, and my heart rate shot up dramatically. Have you been thinking about it? Yes. Often? His touch felt incredible. I nodded, unable to speak. He smirked, a cocky grin that had a mix of possessiveness in it. I thought about it too, a lot. I fought back a gasp as he tightened his grip on my hand. I think about a lot of things, Kiera. My eyes widened. Do you want me to tell you what I think about it? God, yes. Say it! Out loud! He demanded. So I did. Tell me what you think about. He looked more like an animal now than a human, as his grin widened. He leaned in and whispered in my ear, his hot breath warming and tickling my skin. I think about what it would feel like to finally have you completely. A rush of heat pooled low in my belly instantly. He ran his nose down my neck, sniffing me. Everything inside me should have told me to run, but instead I stayed frozen, desperate for his touch, ready to do anything he asked me to do. I can smell it on you, he rasped out. What? I can smell the desire. You're imagining it. He paused. You're imagining what it would be like. I gulped, avoiding the truth. I'm not imagining anything. So stubborn, but I can smell it on you. You know you're thinking about it, sweet girl. He pressed a kiss into my neck, and I couldn't stop the soft sound that escaped me. Here I was, in a private restaurant, completely undone by my own boss, looking like some hired call girl. Cain removed his gaze from me instantly, retrieving his wallet and placing $400 on the table, then getting to his feet and towering over me. Come, he said. I thought about defying him, but knew my body wouldn't allow me to. So, I got to my feet. Cain wrapped his arm around my waist, tugging me closely against him. Good girl.
Chapter 13. POV. Cain.
I had lost all control. There was only one thing on my mind right now.
Her. Completely mine. In every way I could manage.
If I couldn't mark her yet with my teeth, I needed some way to make her feel how thoroughly she already belonged to me. I decided that there was no going back now. I would have her tonight.
The walk to the car from the restaurant was not slow. It was anything but. Our feet shuffled and I almost pushed her inside the car, and when I slid into the seat next to her, our bodies found their way back to each other like magnets. She was in my lap before the car even pulled away, her mouth on mine, both of us lost in the same desperate need to be closer. And God, it was incredible. I kissed her as if she was the air I needed to breathe. I kissed every inch of open skin, along her jaw, along her cheek, along her neck, along her collarbone, and all the way down to the available skin on her chest. With every kiss, she gasped, sending me further into a frenzy of emotions. My wolf was howling with pride, with need, and with excitement for his mate. He was happy that I had given in to my carnal desires. Though, I knew this would make things a hell of a lot more confusing in the morning, for the both of us. I wrapped my hands around her hips, pulling her closer and growling from the sensation. Then I wrapped my hands around the back of her hair, fisting a handful of blonde locks and tugging her from the kiss. She stared at me with wide doe eyes, her heart racing, and her lips puffy.
Are you certain?
I asked, refusing to force her. She nodded quickly, clutching my arm. Just as she did, the car came to a stop.
Perfect timing.
I scooped her up into my arms and carried her into my penthouse building, past my doorman, into the elevator, and then into my penthouse. The whole thing probably took 2 minutes tops. As I set her down on my couch, she looked up at me with a mixture of nerves and want, and any last shred of hesitation I had vanished. What followed wasn't rushed, despite how badly we both wanted it to be. I took my time with her, memorizing every reaction, every breath, every sound she made, wanting her to know, without a single doubt, that this wasn't just desire, it was devotion. It was claiming, yes, in the most primal sense my wolf understood, but it was also surrender, on both our parts, to something neither of us could explain or control. She said my name like a prayer. I said hers like a vow. By the time we were both spent, tangled together on the couch with the city lights glittering beyond the windows, my wolf wasn't just satisfied. He was at peace, for the first time in longer than I could remember. Whatever came next, whatever complications waited for us in the morning, I knew one thing for certain. There was no version of my future that didn't have her in it.
And it seemed like I was one step closer to a decision, even if it was irrational.
Chapter 14. POV. Kiera. I thought it was a dream. A dirty one at that, but just a dream. But I realized it wasn't when I tried to roll around onto my side and couldn't budge. Something was on me. A heavy arm. Cain's arm. My boss's arm. Oh no. Hey. I blinked a few times, making sure what I was seeing was actually real and I wasn't having some manic episode. I poked his muscular tricep and mouthed, "Oh no," as I laid flat on the bed, staring up at the ceiling and wondering what to do. Maybe I could find a way to sneak out, to lift his arm slightly, so gently that he wouldn't wake. I squirmed a bit, trying to slip out of his grasp without actually touching his arm. But I couldn't move an inch. That's how heavy it was. That's how strong he was. Okay, next plan. Maybe I could lift his arm off of me gently enough that he wouldn't wake? Here goes nothing. But that didn't work either, just as soon as I lifted it an inch off of me. And it took some effort, let me tell you. Cain began to stir awake. Oh no, oh no, oh no, I cursed within my mind, trying to pretend as if I wasn't just about to run out of his penthouse. Cain rubbed his eyes, smoothing back his tousled brown hair and blinking twice. Then his blue eyes were on me now, intent, fierce, consuming. I began babbling, out of nerves. I think I should get going. I've probably overstayed my welcome and I have things to do and... Cain cut me off with a deep chuckle. "Not so fast," he replied, wrapping his arms around my waist and dragging me back down with him. His touch felt right. It felt like I belonged in his arms. I was becoming delusional, actually delusional. But the longer he held me, the more delusional I became, because I didn't want him to let me go. "What are you thinking about?" he asked. I became a literal mess once again. Well, nothing. I just... Stop thinking, he replied, running his lips along my neck, pressing kisses into it. This couldn't happen. Well, it did happen, but it couldn't. Not again. We couldn't have sex again. I couldn't have sex again with my boss. Calm that pretty little mind down, Kiera. His voice was comforting. I took a deep breath, letting relief wash over me, as ordered by Cain. But, I began, already back to thinking again. But nothing, Cain replied, positioned so that he was hovering over me, rippling muscles, cocky grin, messy brown hair and all. And at that moment, I forgot that he was my boss. I forgot that we were supposed to have an employer-employee relationship and things were supposed to be professional. All I could think about was his lips all over mine and the memory of everything that happened between us last night. Cain leaned in, pressing a kiss on my lips and making me relive the memories of last night, the way he held me, the way he said my name like it meant something. Every single moment still lingered fresh in my mind. His lips left mine. I meant what I said, Kiera. I bit my lip, thinking, wondering, but that doesn't make sense. He laughed, a low chuckle. Why not? Because you're my boss. I am, he agreed with a smirk. But you're also mine.
Yours?
I almost coughed out in shock.
Yes,
He replied as his jaw tightened. Mine.
I just don't.
He cut me off again. Don't say it. It doesn't need to make sense, and it won't make sense. It just is. It just is? I shook my head, pulling myself into a seated position as he pressed his back against the headboard and looked at me. It just is. We won't ever make sense, but we're meant to be together. That almost took me out. Here my boss was telling me that we are meant to be together, even though we just met a few days ago and we just had sex last night. I'd be an idiot if I didn't have my reservations. But his voice, when he said it, it sounded like he meant it.
I know it probably sounds
Strange, he continued, glancing up at me. But I know you feel it too. I didn't respond. I know you feel something connecting us, something indescribable, something innate inside of you, pulling you towards me. I nodded slightly. Good, he smiled, pressing his arm against me and taking my hand in his. I don't have all the answers, Kiera. I can't explain why or how, but when I can tell you I meant every word I said last night, and I mean what I say this morning. You are mine and we will be together. But what about my job? I blurted out. I needed this job.
You don't have to worry about that,
he said. What does that mean? I need a job, Cain.
You'll keep your job.
Nobody has to know about us. Yet. Yet? I squeaked out.
Yet,
he echoed. Then when? I asked, instantly.
When the time is right.
His voice was serious, stern-like. I laughed. It was funny after all. Cain's eyes narrowed on me, as if he disapproved of me laughing when he had basically just bared his heart for me. Sorry, but this is just so... I don't know. I shook my head, still in disbelief. He gripped my hand harder, trying to rein me in. I promise. I promise. His words replayed within my mind on a loop. And I believed them. I believed what he said. I believed that this, no matter how strange it seemed and no matter the sense it lacked, I believed it. For a moment, his expression changed from comforting to concerned in a second's time. It looked as if he was working something over inside his head. He shook his head slightly, as if he was convincing himself not to say what he was thinking. Then he looked up at me with his usual calm gaze and said, All there is to know is that you are mine. And for some reason, I believed him, because a part of me knew that it belonged to him.
Chapter 15. POV. Cain. Kiera had left a few hours earlier. I took a shower, not because I wanted to wash away her scent, but because I needed to. I knew Xavier would smell the human all over me, especially when I told him I had found my mate. But as I tried to scrub the scent of Kiera off of me, reluctantly, I knew it wouldn't ever quite remove entirely. She was there, inside my soul, along my skin, and in every single scent I smelled now that I had her, and began the steps of claiming her as mine. After I had dried myself clean, I sent off a text to Kiera. I have a work trip. I'll be back in a few days. Keep your location turned on. Yes, sir. She sent back and I could hear the sarcasm through the phone. I want to make sure you're safe while I'm away. I'm an assistant. What harm could come of me? If she only knew. But instead I sent back. I meant what I said. Kiera, you're mine, and I'm yours.
I stared at my phone for 10 minutes waiting for a reply. She had me by my balls and she knew it. That damned woman.
I was preoccupied with Kiera for the last few days and was neglecting my duties as an alpha as of late. But it was time to get back to it, even if it was only for a day or two. and in reality, a day or two away from Kiera would be like torture. But I still had a pack to run, and those duties were also a part of being able to keep my mate safe. I was moved from my thoughts when a loud knock came from the other side of the door. Xavier. I opened the door, and Xavier wrapped me in a hug. Alpha, I wish I could say everything's under wraps at the pack house, but...
More uproar about my lack of mate? I laughed, slinging my leather duffel bag over my arm and closing the door behind both of us.
That and your absence. The elders are wondering why you were gone for so long. Usually you are back every few days. It's just unusual. He gave me a wary look. I slid into the passenger seat of the Cadillac Escalade as Xavier slid into the driver's seat. I smiled, thinking of Kiera. I missed her already, and I hadn't even left. Well, I think the elders will be pleased to hear of the news I bring.
Oh?
He cocked an eyebrow, studying me. What news? Did you finally wrap your stubborn head around taking a choice mate? No, I smiled, proudly, thinking of Kiera and claiming her last night. Far from it. The pack will be happy to hear that I found my fated. He almost choked on his words. Fated? You what? You found your fated mate while out in the human world? How? My jaw tensed as I thought of my best excuse. I couldn't tell Xavier the truth, yet. She's gorgeous, blonde, curvy, young, I reflected. And which pack does she belong to? He asked.
Damn!
I paused. New Moon. His gaze muddied. New Moon? All the way out here. In Denver? That's far. What's she doing out here? I guess I took a moment too long to respond because he began to catch on. You're lying. I laughed, but there was no humor to it. That's quite the accusation to make of your alpha, but I bared no teeth, as he was right. But you don't deny it, he asked, only proving his cause. I do, I lied. She's part of New Moon. I don't believe you, Cain. I've known you since we were kids, and I can tell when you are lying, Xavier replied, staring at me as if he could smell Kiera on my skin. Xavier, I began, shaking my head, letting out a heavy breath.
Tell me the truth then, Alpha to Beta.
I let out a heavy sigh as I stared down at my lap. They can't know the truth, Xavier.
He scoffed. I knew it. She's human, isn't she? She isn't from New Moon, and that's why you're lying? That's why you're being so secretive.
You can't tell the pack, Xav. You know they would not approve.
It wasn't like an alpha to explain himself, but I had to, for Kiera's sake.
You're crazy. How can we not tell the pack? They will take one look at her, one sniff at her, and know she's human. Unless... I gave him a warning look. Don't. I am not rejecting her.
Then what will you do? He asked in disbelief.
I will find a way to make this work. They will accept her. They have to. I'm their alpha. I'm your alpha, I reminded him.
He shook his head in shock. They won't accept her. Not fully. This will open up challenges. They will challenge your rule. They will challenge you for alpha. All because you want a human for a mate.
I don't want a human for a mate,
I seethed, baring my teeth this time.
She is my mate. I would not allow anyone to speak ill of Kiera.
Xavier cowered. I know, Alpha, but this is some rough luck.
It's not, I told him. Kiera is mine. Last night we had sex, and soon I will mark her, officially sealing the bond.
Xavier cocked an eyebrow, looking over my face to find the truth. And that's all there was. I don't doubt your love for this pack, or for your mate, but you have to understand how dangerous this could become. Bringing a human into our world, having the pack accept her, you'll have to protect her because she cannot protect herself.
I didn't as much as blink as I spoke. She is my mate. I've considered breaking the bond, but that was before we got close, before I knew her. Before we bonded, and now, I've made my decision that she will be your Luna.
He nodded in respect. I understand. The choice I'm sure wasn't made overnight. Just be prepared for what will come when you eventually reveal her identity to the pack. I nodded, but deep inside my wolf paced restlessly. He knew there would be challenges ahead, and he was prepared to defend his mate however needed. By the time we arrived back at the pack house, the trees loomed around us, even as they expected dread to come from my announcement.
I quickly glanced down at the new location notification I received on my phone. Kiera was out in the city. I sent off a quick text message. Be careful.
Kiera, watching me? Cain! It's hard not to when you won't stay still. Kiera, you act like I'm 1 second away from being kidnapped. Cain, the city can be dangerous. Please promise me you'll go home before it gets dark out. Kiera, if I get kidnapped, I'll text you. Cain, not funny, Kiera. Kiera, not funny, Mr. Naughton. Cain, so disobedient for a fragile little girl. Kiera, not fragile or a little girl.
Cain, baby, you have no idea how I could break you.
Kiera, if it's anything like the other night then. Cain, I went easy on you then. I went 2 minutes without a reply and slipped my phone back in my pocket with a groan. That damned woman. Almost immediately after my arrival, I was dragged into a nonsense meeting by the elders. They sat around the round table, like men who thought they wielded more power than they actually did. I slumped back in my chair, scanning over their faces. Xavier sat at my side with a wary look still on his face. Elder Vero was the first to speak up, his gangly old finger lifting to the air as if he was making a proclamation of importance. We are concerned, Alpha.
Concerned? I scoffed, leaning back further in my chair to show how little I thought of this meeting. He continued, concerned about your absence as of late, and concerned about your lack of mate. I laughed loud and rough. Well, I have news for the pack. He leaned forward, eager to hear. I have found my mate. Whispers and gasps stirred across the room from the members.
I narrowed my eyes on him. She will join us in the next few months.
Next few months? He exclaimed as the room filled with disturbed whispers. You heard me correctly, Elder. And which pack does she hail from? He asked. New Moon, I replied, casually, though the truth weighed inside of me. She has duties to take care of before she assumes her role as Luna.
And you accept that?
He scoffed, and so did the other elders.
It is 2025, Elder Vero. I know you are used to forcing women into their roles, probably against their will, for the good of a man, but I am not willing to force her to abandon her previous duties to fulfill mine. It should be a relief to you as well as the pack that I have found my fated mate. Bless the goddess and her will.
Bless the goddess and her will, he mumbled, while keeping his eyes fixed on me. The meeting was adjourned and the elders piled out.
Xavier sat unmoving at my side. When do you plan on telling them the truth?
I grunted. Eventually. But deep inside, I knew that the goddess's will was more complicated than any of us bargained for, and eventually I'd have to admit the truth, that my mate was a human, not a werewolf, and somehow convince the pack and the elders to allot her the respect she deserved as Luna. Chapter 16. POV. Cain.
It's been 2 days since I've seen Kiera, and it was driving me completely insane.
Especially since, like the stubborn girl she always managed to leave me on red.
I wanted her to be glued to my side, to feel the need to respond to everything I sent, to obey every single one of my commands. That was what I was used to after all. Blind obedience. If Kiera had a wolf, she'd feel it. The need to obey her alpha. The need to obey her mate. But since she was human,
She still had reservations about us, and that's probably why she tried to separate herself from me a bit, in order to try to keep her individuality and her independence. But I wasn't having it, and neither was my wolf.
Alphas needed blind obedience, especially from their goddess-given mates, and she was driving me utterly insane by resisting me.
The ride back with Xavier was mostly silent. He knew this was a complicated situation, and eventually, I'd be forced to show my hand to the pack house. But right now, both of us knew that this secret was best kept. When I strolled into the office, Kiera had the phone monitor pressed to her ear as she scribbled words down onto a yellow notepad. Her eyes immediately darted up to meet mine, and she gave me an awkward smile. I stopped right in front of her desk, hovering over her and waiting for her to finish. As soon as she set the phone monitor down, she looked up at me, her smile tightening, as if this was awkward for her. And I guess it was. She had just slept with her boss, after getting out of a horrible relationship with her previous boss, and was probably thinking I'd do the same thing that he did to her: cheat, fire her, make it impossible for her to get a job.
Ms. Lawrence. A slight twitch of a smile formed on my lips as I looked her over. Goddess, I wanted to ravish her here, in the open, for the entire office to see that she belonged to me. But this wasn't normal for humans. In the pack world, everyone would clap and cheer, then leave me to my business. But humans would think I was practically an insane control freak if I began pinning her up against my desk and claiming her. I leaned in and hovered over her desk. Did you miss me? Kiera stiffened slightly and looked around to make sure no one else heard, but her pale cheeks were flushed pink from my question. She nodded, her eyes darting around, surveying the office. Good, I smirked, straightening out my posture and walking towards my office. I have a few things we should discuss in my office. Kiera's heart rate increased, and I knew she was imagining the things I would do to her in my office, alone. As soon as she closed the door behind her, I was on her, pushing her against the wall and kissing down her neck.
Mr. Naughton, she whispered in a moan.
Cain! I corrected as I tried to rein back my wolf. I continued kissing down her neck until I reached her bony shoulders and grazed my canines against them, causing her breath to hitch. Not here, Cain, she murmured, but it didn't sound convincing. Not convincing, I replied as I continued to lightly nibble my way back to her neck, then run my tongue along the side of her neck. The perfect spot to mark her as mine once and for all. Please, she pleaded. And that made me stop. Because no matter how much I wanted to take her again, I knew that she didn't want me to. Not here, not now, and I respected that. I quickly removed my mouth from her neck and looked her over. Wide blue eyes, swollen lips, her scent of arousal. She had no idea what I was doing. She had no idea who I was. I ran my thumb gently over her high cheekbone and watched her fall into my touch, closing her eyes to enjoy it.
Sorry, I didn't mean it like that,
she said, opening her eyes and looking at me apologetically. I know, baby. I understand. It's a lot. I'm just still confused. I sighed, keeping my body pressed against hers. You will be, for a while. Eventually, I took a step back and stopped pining her against the door. Come sit. She followed slowly and carefully, sat down in the chair across from my desk. I slumped down into my desk chair, thinking of the most rational thing to say to her in a time like this. I had to go slow, and pining her against a wall, marking her, and taking her right there in my office was definitely not slow.
Come over for dinner tonight, I offered. I'm not a bad cook. She bit her lip, thinking about it.
Please,
I interjected, stopping her from thinking some more, thinking about saying no. I couldn't take another day away from her. I've missed you. Her gaze held mine, and we stared at each other for what felt like forever. I could tell her mind was working, trying to consider her best option.
Please, baby,
I continued, on the brink of begging. I never begged. I never had to, but I knew with Kiera, I had to, at least for now, until she understood. What's your favorite cuisine?
Kiera began to relax at that question, letting her shoulders fall and her eyes soften. Pasta is fine.
I smiled, a beaming smile, as I leaned in and took her hand in mine. Pasta it is. What time? She squeaked out.
5 p.m. Leave work at 2 p.m. You'll get a delivery to your apartment by 2:30.
A delivery? She asked, her eyes flashing with fear again. To my apartment?
Damn. Maybe I shouldn't have alerted her of that. Humans took actions like that, especially sudden ones, like stalking.
Your address is on file with the company, Kiera. That calmed her down a bit. Oh well. She got to her feet, confused, and began walking towards the door. Bye, Cain. She offered me a strained smile before closing the door behind me.
Chapter 17. POV. Kiera. When Cain was away over the last few days, I had lots of time to think about the sex, about us, about what he said, about how he's been behaving, about the strange quirks he has, his growling, his possessiveness, his need for control when he called me his. I had thought that maybe it was just dirty talk and something that turned him on. But after days went by and he was still behaving the same way, I realized that he actually meant what he said. He actually thought I belonged to him. He actually wanted me to belong to him. And that terrified me completely. Things had progressed fast. One moment he was cold and distant, and the next he was inside me, claiming that I belonged to him and behaving like I did. First, the location thing started. He insisted that it was for my safety, so he could see where I was. So, apprehensively, I shared my location with him, thinking that he probably would rarely even look at it. But every time he texted me, it seemed he did. Then it was the way he texted me, checking up on me, telling me he missed me, acting like it was torture to be apart from each other. Then it was the way he pinned me against the door, with such hunger in his eyes, and the way he kissed my neck as if he was preparing for something, and it almost seemed like he was going to bite me. No, that can't be! You're imagining things, Kiera. But a part of me felt comforted by his control, by his possession, by the type of behavior that would normally feel confusing and concerning. A part of me enjoyed it, and that part confused me even more. This should be a red flag. A man who behaves like he possesses you, like you belong to him. A man who wants no protection between you, at all. And let me tell you, thank God I'm on birth control, even though I missed taking my pill on time the other day. I've been taking it for years, so I should be fine unless this guy is somehow superhuman. But it wasn't. It wasn't a red flag. If anything, it was a green flag. Though, his behavior still unsettled me. I leaned back in my chair and glanced down at the pile of work I had left for the day. Enough thinking about Cain. You'll be at dinner with him in a few hours. Finish up your work. The day went by quickly because I barely had a moment to breathe, and by the time it was 2 p.m., I threw my heavy purse around my shoulders and started for the door. I was almost in the clear, almost at the revolving doors, when Josh stopped me. Our HR manager stopped me in place. Hey, Kiera! Oh, hey, Josh, I replied, smiling faintly and turning around to speak to him. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Cain, exiting the elevator and walking right towards us. Then, in the nick of time, a group of men in expensive suits stopped him to converse. Thank God, I thought. I wouldn't even know how Cain would handle me speaking to another man, alone. How are you doing? He asked, smiling at me, looking me over with interest. "Fine," I replied, not offering much back, hoping he'd say goodbye and let me leave. "That's great. You know, I was wondering if you had a sister?" he asked. I frowned in confusion. "A sister? You know." He glanced down lower, studying my cleavage line. "Ick, major ick. I know we can't go out per company policy," he almost whispered, "but I figured maybe you have a sister that has your resemblance."
I wanted to slap him. I mean, who even says that?
I scoffed, clearing my throat and trying to remain professional. "No, unfortunately, I'm an only child. Sorry." Luckily, Cain was still at a distance engaged in conversation, so he couldn't hear what Josh said. Otherwise, I knew he would want to kill him. But as I glanced over at Cain, his jaw was tense and his hands were balled up into tight wound fists. He couldn't hear us, could he? Josh kept rambling on, and I only caught bits and pieces of what he was saying. "Well then, maybe we can go out sometime? It would have to be a secret, though." I blinked a few times, hoping I was imagining it, but I wasn't. A manager at HR just asked me out, even when he knew it was against company policy. "Sorry, Josh, I can't. Company rules." Then I hurried through the revolving doors. If Cain somehow heard that, then he'd be absolutely fuming. And just when I thought I was in the clear, a figure towered over me. I turned around and met his golden eyes. "Your eyes!" I said in shock. Cain quickly turned his gaze down to his feet and then back up to mine. Then his eyes were blue again. What the actual hell? I shook my head in confusion, feeling dizzy, but...
Get in the car, Kiera!
He grabbed my wrist and tugged me towards the car. I felt like I was going to pass out as I slid into the black leather seat, and he slid right next to me. His fists were still clenched into tight wound balls, and he wouldn't look at me. He just kept staring straight ahead, as if he wasn't fazed.
"Cain,"
I began. "Where are we going?" "Back to your apartment," he said, without turning to look at me. "Cain," I replied, reaching for his hand and placing my hand on his.
He budged silently and turned to look at me, his gaze full of fury. "That wasn't smart, Kiera." His jaw ticked as he said the words.
I shook my head in shock. "I didn't do anything, Cain. He was the one who stopped to talk to me."
"His eyes remained narrowed upon me, and you stood there and indulged his conversation, even when you knew he was interested in you."
I quickly began to move my hand away from his, but he caught it in his grasp and tightened his hold. There must be some miscommunication between the two of us for you to even entertain him.
"Let go,"
I said, trying to tug out of his hold.
"But he wouldn't release me. You belong to me. I thought I made that clear."
"Nothing happened, Cain."
"He asked you out, Kiera."
My hand went weak. "You couldn't have heard that," I said, shaking my head in confusion.
"But I did. But you were so far away."
"He cut me off. I was only a few feet away."
"No, you weren't. I saw you,"
I argued. He continued. "Kiera, calm down," he said, softening his tone. "It does not matter how I heard it. It matters that I did. And let me make something extremely clear. You are not to be alone with men, ever."
I scoffed, trying to slide myself away from him, but he only grabbed my waist and yanked me further against him. "I'm not some doll you can keep locked away."
Suddenly the car came to a stop, and Cain pulled me out and placed me on my feet. But I didn't walk, at least not without his help, because he scooped me into my arms and carried me up 3 flights of stairs. "Set me down!" I tried to wriggle from his grasp, but it was no use. "Keys!" he demanded.
"Fat chance,"
I scoffed, pounding against his chest again.
"Keys, now!"
he snarled out. And I felt the need to obey. I handed him my keys. He unlocked the door with one swift moment, tossing the delivery box onto the countertop, then pining me by my neck against the wall.
His breath was hot against my face. I tried to be nice, Kiera. I tried to be understanding. But it seems I have to make your stubborn mind understand the hard way.
I gulped, but I felt my body responding to him anyway, to his dominance, to my need to obey him, to the invisible tether that bonded us.
Chapter 18. POV. Cain. She would be the death of me, of all my self-control, of my wolf self-control, of my reasonableness and functionality as a regular human man. I knew that, by staying inside the human world, I was risking a lot, especially seeing my mate be hit on by other men right in front of my face.
I wanted to end that guy right then and there. Teach him permanently to keep his hands and eyes off what's mine. All because he even thought of asking my mate out.
I'm acting like a psychopath, I know.
But that's what the mate bond does to you. It makes you feral. It makes you insane. It makes you violent. And for an alpha, it's over 3 times worse.
That's exactly why I pinned Kiera against the wall, and exactly why my hand clasped around her throat.
I was so incredibly close to marking her and taking what's mine. But I needed to think rationally. It was too soon to mark her. I knew that she'd either freak out or run or probably go into hiding, then I'd have to kidnap her and hold her prisoner against her will. I didn't want that. I didn't need that on top of everything else.
So, I moved my mouth slowly away from her neck and retracted my canines. But I kept my hold along her neck as I stared deep into those blue, stubborn eyes of hers. You made me very angry, Kiera. Very angry.
She didn't quiver. She didn't shake, but her eyes plead, apologizing without saying a single word.
I know it isn't your fault that men want you, but I can't help my anger. She nodded her head as if she understood.
I need you, Kiera. She bit her lip down, looking over my face, trying to find the human inside of me when it was so far beneath my surface. But instead of staring at me in complete fear, she stared at me with longing, as if she wanted the same thing I wanted, for us to be together completely.
Now, I growled out, gathering her into my arms.
She didn't fight me, not this time. Whatever fire had been in her eyes moments ago dissolved into something softer, something that trusted me, even when she probably shouldn't. I carried her down onto the floor of her living room, and for the first time since I'd met her, neither of us said a single coherent word for a long while. It wasn't gentle. I couldn't manage gentle, not with how much I'd wanted her the last 2 days, not with the memory of Josh's hands anywhere near her still burning under my skin. But it was hers, all of it, every bit of my hunger, every bit of my need to claim her completely, offered up the only way my wolf knew how to give it. She said my name over and over, until it was the only word either of us had left, and when we finally came apart together, collapsed against the carpet with her heartbeat hammering under my palm, I knew there was no walking this back. She was mine, in every sense that mattered, and my wolf finally settled.
Chapter 19. POV. Kiera. I tried to get used to Cain's protectiveness, his obsessiveness, his controlling behavior, but I would be lying if I said it was easy to accept. It was unsettling. I felt him watching me, every second of every day, as if his eyes could see beyond normal distances, which couldn't be possible. No human could see perfectly from afar, but it's as if he could. Whenever I entered a room, it was almost as if he sniffed the air, literally sniffed. And the way his eyes raged whenever a man even came within a mere inch of me, it was unsettling, to say the least. Then there was the fact that he would growl whenever I mouthed off, or snap his teeth, or graze his teeth over my neck and almost act as if he was going to bite me on the neck. It was weird, but then again I chalked it up to him needing to have control. I decided that it must be a billionaire thing, or a man who's not used to being told no, or maybe a control freak thing. Who knows? But I began to think of it as normal, or normal-ish at least. I was seated across from him, in his office, and he was trying impossibly hard not to stare at me as I rattled off his to-do list for the week, including our to-do list.
Tomorrow, you have a meeting with the shareholders at 10 a.m., then a conference call with Mr. Ritali at noon, then a dinner scheduled for 5 p.m., but there's no details mentioned. I looked up from the notepad, balancing my pen on the corner of my lip, noticing his gaze intently on me. His expression didn't change as our gazes met. Yes, our dinner.
Our dinner? I asked, my nose crinkling. Cain's right hand balled into a fist as he white-knuckled it. Here we go again. He hated when I questioned him. He hated when I denied him. He hated whenever I went against him.
It's not like I had plans tomorrow night anyways, but I wasn't going to treat me as if I was a doll to throw around and control whenever he wanted to.
I sighed, giving him a good look. You didn't even ask, Cain.
His jaw ticked. I didn't think I needed to.
Well, I think we've gotten to the point in our relationship. I paused, glancing up at him to see how he'd react. Same stiff face. That you would. His eyebrows raised as a smile hinted at his lips. Our relationship? You know what I mean. Our relationship. Professionally and personally. His smile widened. I just like hearing you say it. Anyways, I continued, taping my pen on the notepad. You can't just assume I'm free whenever you want me to be. Baby, he leaned across his desk, elbows pushed hard into the table as he burned a hole through me with his heavy gaze. I think you know better than that. I didn't give in. Instead, I just stared at him, waiting for him to continue, as he always did. Waiting for him to say I'm his and that I belong to him, or other sweet, seductive words that sounded incredible in our most private moments, but sounded quite unsettling when we were having an actual adult conversation. What I know, Cain, I leaned forward across his desk so we were eye to eye, is that I don't see a ring on my finger or a proclamation that I must do whatever you ask of me because you're my husband, which I'd never do anyways. The point is, I have my own life and you need to understand that.
Cain growled. I repeat, growled.
He got up from his chair, onto his feet and walked towards me. Placing himself directly in front of me and pining me in, he used 2 fingers to lift my chin to meet his gaze. His blue eyes turned gold within seconds, startling me, causing me to shift into the back of my chair. You, he repeated so slowly that it caused my blood to chill. You are mine. I gulped, my legs shaking from his touch and his demand for possession.
And I'll do one better than a ring, he repeated, his breath hot against my neck.
A snarl erupted from his mouth as he yanked himself away from me, then looked me dead in the eyes again. Don't test me, Kiera! Then he straightened his shoulders and went back to the chair behind his desk. The point, I began. He cut me off! 5 p.m. Tomorrow, Kiera. I'll pick you up at 4:30 and we'll have dinner at Boylan's. Taking me to Boylan's won't... Kiera! He slammed down his fist, anger spreading across his features before clearing his throat and softening his eyes. I'm sorry, he said, shaking his head and uncurling his fists. I don't mean to raise my voice. Just please, I was hoping we could have a nice dinner, together. I got to my feet, taking a step back towards the door. Fine. I didn't agree because I forgave his little outbursts, or because I accepted his controlling nature in general, but a part of me wanted to obey him and that part unsettled me even more. Just as I was about to leave, a call came through, and Cain put it on speaker. "Alpha," a voice sounded through. My forehead crinkled. Alpha? What was that? Cain quickly turned the phone from the speakerphone and pressed it to his ear. As he listened, he watched me. But my mind turned, thinking of what Alpha could possibly even mean. I purposefully stood there, watching him, hoping I could hear bits and pieces of the muffled conversation from a distance. Eventually, I got bored of staring at him and stomped off. But there was something strange about the conversation, about the word alpha, and how the word felt right on my tongue, how the word felt like it belonged to Cain. I shook away the thought and went back to work.
Chapter 20. POV. Cain. The next day. At exactly 4:30 p.m., she walked out of her apartment. A black silk dress clung to her frame, and a pair of silver heels around her feet. She loosely carried a black clutch in her left hand. Her blonde hair hung over her back in soft blonde curls, and her makeup was subtle, perfect but not too perfect. Light pink lipstick, golden highlighter on her cheekbones, brown eyeliner, and black mascara. Just the right amount of class. I stood at the rear passenger side of the door, holding it open, inviting her to enter. "You look amazing," she smiled, hiding her face behind her long hair. Well, the moment you mentioned Boylan's, I knew exactly which dress to wear. I slid into the seat next to her and fixated on her. "Have you been there before?" She tried to hide her emotions, but I could see it all over her face. She had. "Your ex?" I asked. She nodded. He liked going there.
I tapped my driver on the shoulder. Change of plans, Fred. Let's go to Cannon's.
Cannons?
I stared out at the window, trying to not think about another man's hands on her. It's nicer. It is, but it's fine, Cain. We still can go to Boylan's. I turned towards her, my eyes flashing gold. I don't want to take you to some place that your jerk ex took you to. I want to take you to a place that's just ours.
Ours? She asked, squirming from the comment. Ours, I repeated, placing my hand on her thigh and squeezing it. I know I can be a lot, Kiera, and this is a lot, but I meant it when I told you that you're mine. She flashed me a grin, one that was a mixture of excitement and nerves. When the car came to a stop, I opened her door for her and wrapped my arm around her waist, shuttling us into the restaurant. With her by my side, I felt like I was on top of the world. I felt like a true alpha, an alpha with his mate by his side. We were seated in an intimate booth, upholstered with red leather and dim lighting. I stared at Kiera, seated across from me, her shoulders straightened, her posture perfect, and she was doing that thing with her lip again, biting it and driving me wild. I cleared my throat and forced my gaze towards the menu. I had to think about something else than pressing her up against the table and taking her here, in public, like an absolute animal. "Are you going to order for me again?" she asked, not looking up from her menu. Here we go. Kitty's got claws. I bore my gaze into her and waited for her to speak another sassy out of that mouth of hers. Again. "Say it again," I warned her, taming the smirk building on the corner of my lips. I couldn't let her know that I actually liked her sass. She went all wide-eyed. I loved seeing those innocent eyes watch me back. I leaned forward on my elbows and grazed my thumb along the top of her hand, then moved the menu down to look at her. "You heard me."
Are you going to order for me again? She squeaked out, clearing her throat as she said the words. She sounded more confident this time, or at least tried to. Yes, I am. As soon as the words left my mouth, the waiter walked by and I spouted off our order.
"A bottle of your finest Pinot Noir, 2 medium-rare ribeyes, an order of scalloped potatoes, and the miso-glazed seasonal vegetables, as well as the chocolate mousse for dessert.
She shot me a look. What if I'm allergic to miso? Are you? No, she said quietly. I smirked. Then I'm sure you'll enjoy what I ordered. You're so, she began, glancing up at me with a focused gaze. Controlling. She bit her lip again, driving me wild. Are you always like this? Wait, don't answer that. Yes, I'm sure you are. With every woman. Not with every woman, I corrected.
Sure, she scoffed softly. I leaned forward, clutching her hand in mine. I'm serious, Kiera.
Her gaze softened. Then why me? I didn't even know how to begin to answer that question. How could I tell a human, a fragile human girl, that it was because she was my soulmate, even though we barely knew each other and not long ago we were strangers? How could I tell her that she was my goddess-given mate and that we were meant to be together for life?
The answer was that I couldn't. I couldn't tell her the truth. Not now, at least.
So I said, it's different. You're different.
She shook her head. I don't understand. You aren't going to understand, Kiera. You just have to believe me.
She frowned, not understanding. I want to, Cain, but...
I squeezed her hand. Please.
Before I could plead any further, the wine arrived, and we drank in silence. It wasn't long before dinner arrived, and we ate in silence. I snuck glances at her as I ate bites of steak. Eventually, we finished, and I slipped out the red velvet bag I had in my suit jacket pocket and slid it towards her. She stared at it for a long moment, biting her lip and thinking.
Don't you want to see what's inside?
I prodded. She opened her mouth to speak, then closed it, her jaw tightening as she thought of what to say. Her hand tightened around the bag, and finally she loosened it and opened up the contents. A single key! What's this? She asked, holding it in her palm, looking at it curiously. A key, I smiled, watching her look at it. I know, but what for?
For my penthouse. Our penthouse, I corrected. Our penthouse? She mumbled.
Yes, I smiled, pressing my back into the booth and looking her over. She looked so cute when she was confused.
But I can't accept this, Cain. I can't live with you. You're my boss, and this, whatever we're doing already is too much.
Baby, I soothed. I'm your boss, like you said. We can do whatever we want.
But we can't, Cain.
She rushed out, the plates clanging as she pushed them together to lean forward.
I need this job, and I don't need to be labeled as some CEO's conquest.
I laughed. I shouldn't have, but I did.
It's not funny!
She yelled.
Sorry, I apologized. I didn't mean it like that. But you don't have to worry, Kiera. You aren't going to lose your job. But I can.
But you won't.
You can't promise that.
She folded her arms across her chest. I leaned forward and took her hand in mine again. You don't need to work, Kiera. You don't need to be my assistant, though I want you to be. I just don't want what happened before to happen again. It won't. I promise. You're mine, and nobody messes with what's mine, baby. For once, the concern on her face eased up, and she squeezed my hand back. For some strange reason, I trust you. I trust that you're right about this. Chapter 21. POV. Cain. It's been a week since I've been back at the pack house, and my pack members seemed tense from my absence. And I knew sooner or later that I would have to tell them the truth about my mate, the truth about Kiera, my human mate. And I'd be lying if I didn't say it weighed on me.
Even alphas got anxiety.
I slumped at my desk, eyes fixed on my phone and our conversation thread, every second stretching as I waited for her reply. She was insufferable with texting. If only she knew how serious her safety was to me, then maybe she'd learn to text me back quicker. But as I waited for her response, a knock sounded on the door.
Xavier opened it halfway, then entered. The elders would like a word.
I sighed. When do they not?
True that, he laughed. But this time they called a council meeting. You've been away for some time, and I think they're getting antsy about your mate.
The words rang in my head on a constant loop. My mate. My human mate, which I had lied about and said was part of a pack. I shot Xavier a look.
They don't know the truth, at least to my knowledge, he said.
I hope not, I murmured under my breath.
It's just a council meeting,
he assured me. As we walked toward the meeting, it felt like the weight of the world was pressing down on me, ready to crush everything at any moment. The truth was, if they found out, all hell could break loose. Maybe not a full-blown civil war, but a mess of problems I wasn't ready to handle. And on top of that, I had a human mate who didn't even know who I really was. All eyes snapped to me the moment I stepped in, and I felt their gazes cut across the room as I swept my own across the elders' faces. They didn't look happy. My eyes landed on Elder Vero's stiff face, and I gave him a small nod. As soon as I sat down, Elder Vero raised his long finger to speak. Alpha Cain, Elder Vero.
His eyes narrowed. New information about your mate has been brought to our attention.
Damn, this was it. How they found out. I felt it in my gut. I cocked an eyebrow, trying to remain calm when I in fact was not. About her pack status. He paused. It seems you've lied to us about which pack she belongs to. I did not.
Your mate is not part of the New Moon Pack, Alpha Cain. My wolf was pacing inside, on edge, ready to pounce. Stop it, I told him. I tapped my fingers along the table, keeping my gaze fixated on Elder Vero and his impudent face. I didn't even bother looking at Xavier. I knew he would be freaking out. Right now, I need to stay calm. Did you hear me, Alpha Cain?
A smug look spread across his face.
And I was dying to wipe it off.
I heard you clearly. Then what do you have to say for yourself? It seems you've mistaken your role in this pack, I said, as I leaned forward, glaring at Vero. You are the council. You are not the alpha. You do not lead. You do not demand. You guide. That's all. His eyes narrowed on me. Your mate is a concern of ours. And that's your first mistake. You do not have concerns. I slammed down my hand. The sound of my fist striking the table echoed loudly.
You have the duty to procreate and provide heirs, he reminded me. Yes, I laughed, shaking my head. You and the council's obsession with producing heirs. If that's what you're worried about, rest assured, I've been mating. Then you shouldn't have any trouble telling us who your mate is or when she plans to join the pack, he said, his tone blunt.
I was livid. I was internally raging inside, ready to rip his head clean off. I pounded my fist down again, startling the council. My mate is my business. She belongs to me, not to the pack. And when we're intimate and when she is pregnant, that is my business too. She is fertile. That is all you should know. She is not a part of the New Moon Pack. That you are right about, but she will not be brought here until I deem necessary.
Elder Vero's gaze clouded with confusion. But Aluna's place is with her pack, Alpha.
I shook from rage and pounded my fist down again, this time harder. I couldn't control myself or my wolf. And before I could stop them, the words left my mouth. She is human! Shew.
The entire room echoed with gasps and murmurs.
My eyes flashed golden as I bared my teeth, challenging them. I will not bring her here until she's ready.
Elder Vero spoke up, though his voice was strained. A human? It cannot be. You cannot mate with...
I can and I have and I will, I snapped.
Elder Vero shot back in his seat, scared. But Alpha, your children, your heirs.
I cut him off. They will be alphas. They will be strong.
They will be half-breeds.
I lost it, seeing Black and jumping across the table at him, clawing and snarling.
Xavier grabbed me by my shoulders, trying to hold me back. Calm down, Alpha. But all I saw was red as I pushed Xavier away and pinned Elder Vero against the wall. You do not speak of my mate or our unborn children in that manner. If I hear you speak of her like that again, then I will kill you. Do you understand me, Elder Vero?
He nodded, fear clouding his eyes. I released him, stepped back, and let my gaze sweep over the council members' faces.
I was done for. They'd tell everyone now. There would be no stopping them. I would have to deal with their outrage and concern now, as well as my own packs.
No one in our pack had ever mated with a human before, not even an alpha. I knew exactly what they'd say, knew how they'd react, but one thing I was certain of: no one, absolutely no one, would ever take her from me. She was mine, and she would never belong to anyone else. I locked myself in my bedroom that night, and when morning rolled around, Xavier knocked on my door. I let him in, then slouched myself into my couch, looking at the last text Kiera sent. Good morning.
Nothing was good about this morning, but I couldn't tell her that. Xavier let out a heavy sigh and crossed his arms.
What are they saying? I asked, still looking down at Kiera's text.
Not much, he said. But I knew it was a lie. I gave him a look. Not anything good, he sighed, running fingers through his hair. It's a weakness, even a liability, to have a human as a mate. It's not a good look.
Training yard? I asked. He nodded. I got to my feet. Then I'll go there. I'll speak to the pack.
I'm not sure that's...
I cut him off! It's the only way to keep them in line.
Xavier understood as much. When I entered the training yard, all eyes darted to me. A few frowned. A few looked scared. A few even looked like they were waiting for their chance to become alpha.
But they needed to know who ran this show, human mate or not. I cleared my throat, standing in the center, scanning their faces, letting them know that I won't allow this to go on any longer. You've heard by now about my mate. Yes, she's a human, I boomed.
Murmurs echoed through the yard. It's not ideal, but it's what the goddess ordained, and I have chosen to accept her match. More murmurs. Xavier stood tall at my side. She will belong to this pack. She will be accepted as your Luna. She will be respected. She will provide me with strong, healthy heirs, I announced.
A laugh echoed through the yard. It came from one of the younger wolves, a nobody named Clark. What's that?
I yelled.
Clark stepped forward, face stiff with disgust. A human cannot be a Luna.
She can and she will! I stepped forward, fists clenched.
Clark cowered.
I will not allow disrespect because of ignorance. Those that choose to behave in that manner will answer to me. She will prove to this pack she belongs. You will see.
I turned on my feet, nodding to Xavier to follow, and left them with that thought. But I worried, nevertheless. I worried if Kiera would fight me tooth and nail about becoming Luna. I worried about her not accepting this pack, as much as they didn't want to accept her. I worried about our children, if they would be suitable alphas, if a half-human, half-werewolf alpha would be strong enough to rule. But even with all my doubts, I had to trust that Kiera would embrace her place and show them they were wrong.
Chapter 22. POV. Kiera. It's been a week since I've seen Cain. It was Saturday morning, and usually on Saturday mornings, I woke up next to him, safe in his grasp, and when Cain finally rolled around in the morning, He'd press me further against him and bury his face in my hair, almost inhaling my scent, oddly enough, and then he'd whisper in my ear, "Good morning," in the most intoxicating, overly perfect voice that made my want to stay in the bed for the rest of the day. But this Saturday felt different. Instead of feeling him beside me, all I could do was wish he were there. Because every fiber of me ached for him, needed him, as if he were a part of me, as if I was meant to be in his arms at this very moment. Yet he was still far away and not beside me. Lately, things were getting intense between us. When he gave me a key to his penthouse, he sent movers to my house the next day, and I moved in almost immediately, while he was out of town on business. I stared down at my phone screen, bundling myself further in a blanket as the sound of the television hummed in the distance. "Cain, I haven't been able to sleep in a week." "Kiera, you should try some melatonin." "Cain, melatonin won't help." "Kiera, and why's that?" I smiled down at the screen. I knew why. "Cain, because I can't sleep since you're not next to me." I wasn't sure why or how Cain fell for me, but I knew I fell for him hard. And hard meant like earth-shattering, because some part of me, deep inside of me, called for him. "Kiera, that line is impossibly cheesy." "Cain, yet you love it." "Kiera, who says I love it?" "Cain, me!" "Kiera, and you think you're always right, don't you, Mr. Naughton?" "Cain, I know it, Miss Sorens." "Cain, what are you wearing right now?" "God, I can't imagine what you look like in my bed, in our bed." "Kiera, seriously?" I couldn't help but laugh. That's what he was thinking about after not seeing me for a week? Of course. I guess I shouldn't expect anything less from Cain. He was a horn dog after all. "Cain, tell me you miss me, at least." I rolled my eyes and tossed my phone onto the couch. He knew where I was, after all, in our penthouse like he liked to call it. He could wait a little. I knew that would drive him crazy if I did. I walked past the kitchen, on the way to the bathroom, and rifled through a plastic shopping bag. Shower gel, mascara, tampons, a pregnancy test. I was a week late on my period, and I was checking every day to see if I'd get it. I felt warmth in my underwear, and hoped that today would be the day I got my period. But as I made it to the bathroom, yanked down my pajama pants along with my underwear, and glanced down, oh no, I've never had a pregnancy scare before, and I sure didn't need one now. Not when I was sleeping with my boss. Not when he was away weeks at a time and most certainly didn't want a baby. Not when he was sort of possessive and controlling and had other secrets, confusing secrets, secrets that just seemed and felt strange. Maybe I shouldn't take the test. Maybe I'll get my period tomorrow. Maybe I should just sit and relax today, boil some hot water, drink tea, take a bath, eat a pizza, do anything but take a pregnancy test. This was terrifying. But I knew I had to do it. I had to see if I was actually pregnant. I pulled up my underwear and pants and ran back to the kitchen and quickly grabbed the pregnancy test, then headed back to the bathroom. My hands shook as I held the flimsy box in hand, reading the directions like a crazy woman, and tearing open the packaging and clutching the plastic test in hand, as if it was my lifeline. And I guess it was in a way, because it held my future. I placed the stick between my legs, hovering it over the toilet, then peed on it. I peed as if my life depended on it. Then I placed the stick down and waited. And that's when my mind really began to spiral. "Oh, Kiera, what is wrong with you? You've been sleeping with your boss. Again, without being careful about protection and not taking your pill regularly. What did you think was going to happen? That's literally the recipe to getting pregnant. You're delusional. You truly are to think that this wasn't going to happen. And my mind only went darker. What are you going to do if you are pregnant? You can't possibly keep this baby. Yet I can't see myself actually getting an abortion. What would you tell Cain? How would tell Cain? I glanced over at the stick, then forced my eyes closed and took a long, deep breath. And as I let myself drift, soothing thoughts slowly began to weave their way through my mind. What if Cain wanted a baby? What if he would be a good father? What if this would make us a family? What if this was meant to happen?
I shook my head, chalking it up to delusions. I was imagining a perfect response. I wanted to imagine one. Come on, Kiera! It's now or never. You have to look at the results.
My hand shook as I reached for the test and slowly forced myself to look at it. 2 lines. Pregnant. No. I ripped open the second stick in the box and peed on it. I waited for what felt like hours, hoping, praying that the first test was wrong before glancing down at the second stick. 2 lines. Pregnant. And 2 tests can't be wrong, can they? Maybe I could try a different brand, wait longer, go to a doctor, because there's no way that I was pregnant. But I knew the truth. I was delusional. Because in all honesty, it was believable that I was pregnant. I never worried about protection. We had sex daily, and it was almost as if my body wanted this. No way. There's no possibility that my body wanted this. Pregnancy wasn't a kink to me. But deep inside, for some reason, I felt calm after I saw the result. Everything inside me screamed for Cain now, as my body belonged to him. I clutched the tests in hand, staring down at them. This would alter my future. This baby would change my life. The sound of the door unlocking echoed through the hall, causing my body to jolt on the toilet. Cain was home. "Baby!" I heard him call out. I dropped the pregnancy stick to the clean marble floor, and the sound echoed throughout the bathroom. I quickly grabbed them, covering them with my hands. Baby was right.
Chapter 23. POV. Cain. I thought about her the entire drive home, about wrapping her into my arms, kissing every inch of her, then bending her over the couch and marking her, finally marking her, once and for all.
Then I'd tell her the truth.
I'd tell her about the pack, about who I really was, and what I really was. I'd tell her about her role. Then I'd propose. I already had the ring in a velvet box in my pocket. I had it all mapped out. Everything. To every last second. It would freak her out. She'd probably think I was completely crazy. She'd probably think I was a psychopath. She'd probably run. She'd probably pass out. But it had to be done. The secret was out in my pack, and there was nothing left for me to do but convince her to be a part of my life, my real life now.
I never told a human the truth about the pack, about me, or showed a human my wolf. But for her, I had to.
I knew what I needed to do.
But as soon as I opened the door to my penthouse, I smelled something wrong. Fear. Stress. I smelled it everywhere. She was scared and stressed.
"Baby,"
I called out, shutting the door and tossing down my bag.
"Kiera, baby, where are you?"
The sound of an object dropping to the floor and feet scurrying sounded through the penthouse. There was no way she'd found anything already. I hadn't left any information about the pack lying around my penthouse. But maybe she went all Twilight on me and guessed what I was, then ended up Googling a few things while I was gone and had figured out the truth herself.
"Baby!"
I called out again as I walked down the hallway, stopping at the bathroom. The bathroom door was slightly ajar, and I could see her toes through the crack of it. I pushed the door open and saw her sitting on the toilet, clutching something hidden in her palms. "Kiera," I whispered softly, entering the room and crouching down to her eye level. "Are you okay?" She offered me a strained smile but kept the contents of her hand hidden from my view.
"Kiera," I said, again, placing my palms on her calves, hoping she would look up at me. But her attention was still fixated on whatever she was holding in her hands. "Sorry, I'm just out of it,"
she finally mustered out, biting her lip and moving her gaze upwards to meet mine. I nodded, offering her a soft smile. "God, have I missed you. So much, baby." A strained smile still remained on her lips as she sat stiffly on the toilet.
Now, come here! Tell me what's wrong!
I said, pulling her to her feet with her pants halfway down her legs and her hands still clasped.
What do you have there?
I pointed to her hands. Her hands shook as she moved them behind her back, still gripping the object in one hand, while using the other to pull up her pants. My brow furrowed. "Baby, seriously, what's wrong? You're scaring me now." Her usual scent was different. It didn't smell like the scent I'd inhale every second of the day if I could. Instead, it was mixed with something else. A different scent now. Pine, smoke, musk, something deeper. I reached for her hand behind her back, but she refused to budge.
Kiera, please, tell me what's going on, I said, softer this time.
Eventually, she let me move her hand forward, unclasping her palm, and exposed what she was hiding. And when my eyes finally landed on it, I was shocked. A pregnancy test, but not just any pregnancy test. A positive pregnancy test. "Kiera," I began, looking down at it in disbelief. You're pregnant?" The words stumbled out of my mouth.
Kiera's hands shook, and her eyes darted from mine back down to her feet. "Yes."
Kiera, I replied, happiness engulfing me. I wrapped my arms around her waist, lifting her up, taking a step back out of the bathroom and twirling her around in the hallway with joy.
When I placed her down and clutched both sides of her cheek in my grasp, she began stuttering with furrowed brows. But
what, baby? This is great news! I'm going to be a father! I sang out ecstatically, running my palm over her still flat stomach. And by the scent, it's a boy!
Her forehead wrinkled. By the scent?
Damn. Wrong word choice. See,
I just have a feeling,
I told her. She looked at me with a blank, confused stare. But aren't you upset that I'm pregnant? What? Why would I be upset? I laughed. This is the best news I've ever been given. I pressed a kiss onto the top of her head and stroked her cheek tenderly. I don't know, she said finally, letting a pent-up breath release. I guess I didn't think you'd be happy.
We're going to be a family, I said adamantly. Now's the time, Cain. Do that stupid thing humans like. Get down on one knee and propose.
My knee went to the floor instantly, as if I did it 1,000,000 times as I clutched the velvet box in hand, popping it open and staring up at Kiera with wide, hopeful eyes. My mate, the mother to our child, my soon-to-be wife, my entire life.
Kiera, I don't know how to do this, but will you marry me?
I asked, feeling my wolf pace excitedly inside.
Stop it, I told him, as I waited for her answer with bated breath.
Kiera stared at me with wide eyes and lips parted, but no sound came out. You don't have to do this just because I'm pregnant, she said finally.
I'm not, I said immediately, still holding the ring box out towards her. Kiera, you mean everything to me. I know you don't understand it, but I know you feel it too. We're meant to be together. Baby, I can't live without you.
And now, we are having a baby, and you've made me the happiest man in the world, Kiera. Boo-hoo. Tears welled beneath her eyes as she stared down at me with a quivering lip. Cain, just say yes, baby, I told her with shaky hands.
Yes, she finally whispered, dropping to the ground and letting me slide the ring onto her finger. After I did, I wrapped my arms around her and dragged her into a seat on my lap.
I wanted to mark her. Everything inside of me begged to mark her, but I knew I couldn't, not yet. I had no idea if there were adverse reactions of marking as human as it was, let alone a pregnant human. So instead, I held her within my arms and tilted my head down and kissed her. She fell into me easily, wrapping her legs around my waist and pressing into me with ease. I lifted her into my arms and carried her back to our bedroom, and for the first time since we'd met, there was nothing rushed or desperate about it. Today we'll make love, I told her, and I meant it exactly the way it sounded. Slow, reverent, like she was something sacred I'd been given, rather than something I was taking. We stayed wrapped around each other for a long while afterward, her name and mine tangled together between us, until neither one meant anything without the other. When it was over, I pulled her body against mine, still not quite believing any of it was real. The ring on her finger, the baby growing inside her, the woman who somehow made all of it feel like exactly where I was supposed to be. Her head rested against my chest as she drew circles lazily along my skin.
Do you really want to keep this baby? She asked quietly.
I tilted her chin up to look at me. There is no world where I would not.
She smiled, her eyes brightening. Me either. For some reason, she paused, thinking. For some reason I want to be a mother, but not because it's something innate inside of me, but because of you. I smiled, tugging her closer against me and pressing a kiss onto the top of her head. A few minutes left, she fell asleep and I sat there staring at her, wondering when I'd tell her the truth about myself and my pack, about our lives ahead.
I decided that we had enough excitement for one day, and the truth would have to wait, for now.
Chapter 24. POV, Kiera. By the time morning rolled around, I was half groggy, half fully awake. And as I glanced next to me, I realized why. Cain. I hadn't slept next to him in days, and last night, I finally did. And for some reason, it literally calmed me. Every nerve inside of me, every negative thought, every fear about my pregnancy, dulled next to him. And I still haven't been able to understand why. I didn't think I'd ever be able to. Being with Cain, just being near him had a way of calming me. It was like stepping into a space where I could breathe, a place where judgment didn't exist. He'd always tell me I was beautiful, even when I wore sweatpants, and he saw a side of me that no one else ever had, and for some reason that grounded me. That gave me the ability to breathe easy, feeling as if he would always accept me, no matter what. But I knew that it wasn't normal. It wasn't natural. It wasn't how I felt with other men. It was exclusive to him. I was way past fear now. I didn't fear him any longer. I just needed him. But it wasn't just my mind or body that felt it anymore. It was something deeper, something that reached straight into my soul. It was as if my soul needed him. My hand glided up to his chest, settling on it, as I ran my fingers down his craved muscles and let out a happy sigh. That sounded good, he laughed. I glanced up and caught him smirking. Yeah, I whispered, pressing my cheek further into his chest and letting out another heavy sigh. He ran his fingers slowly through my hair, anchoring me with each soft touch. What are you thinking about, Kiera? He always knew. God, he always knew. Nothing, I lied, coolly, but I couldn't help myself. Well, something. And? he asked, as his hand dipped lower to caress my collarbone. Just about work and the pregnancy, I whispered out. His touch felt warm, lighting my skin on fire with quick movements, grounding me in this moment. He was quiet for a moment. I looked up at him, running my hand tenderly along his cheek. Now what are you thinking about? You're going to probably hate it, knowing you, he chuckled, but his grip tightened around my waist. I narrowed my eyes, giving him a playful smile. And what is that something I'm sure to hate? A trip. A trip? To where? I laughed. To visit my family, he replied. And my heart began to beat faster. Cain? We should visit them, Kiera. We should tell them about the pregnancy. His tone changed from a soft whisper to almost a command. What? I asked, in disbelief, pressing myself into a seated position and shaking my head in confusion. I'm confused. Why do we need to tell them? Now? I'm not even showing. They'd want to know, he said, as if it was the most simple thing in the world. I guess, I said, but I don't know. He cut me off. They'll love you. But something inside his eyes told a different story. I didn't believe it. They would? I cocked an eyebrow. I haven't even heard about them until today, Cain. I know nothing about your family or even where they live. Tension filled his face. His jaw ticked. His eyes glowed. His nose flared. In the mountains, outside of Denver. Okay, well that's a start, I guess, I mumbled. His gaze never left mine as he cradled my hand in his. Please, Kiera. I shook my head, tearing my gaze away from him quickly. I don't know. It all seems so fast. Using his thumb, he tilted my gaze back towards his. Pregnancies are fast. Before you know it, the baby will be here, and then you don't have to worry about work, he said. So, I'm just supposed to go into hiding? Who will be your assistant then? I scoffed. Not hiding, he explained. I'm going with you. I'll have Vance handle the day-to-day, and I'll be available online for a while. Until you get settled. It'll be good for us. It'll be good for the baby. His other hand rested on my stomach gingerly. And I could swear I felt an almost magnetic pull, a part of me aching to give in. I bit my lip, thinking about it. I guess time in the mountains could be nice. There's my girl, he smiled, wrapping me into a hug, then pulling me into his lap. I rolled my eyes playfully. Only when you get your way. I always get my way, he said with pride. Only when I allow it? The words felt empty, because he was right. He did always get his way. He tilted his head towards me, his lips hovering above my neck before landing on it. His kisses were soft and caused my eyes to flutter close to revel in his touch. He whispered into my skin as he continued kissing down my neck in a perfect line. But seriously, baby, you'll love it there. Mountains, fresh air, peace and quiet. If you say so, I smiled, as he pressed another kiss down my collarbone towards my chest. I do say so, he chuckled, as his hand dipped lower. His touch turned tender then, unhurried, focused entirely on me, in a way that made my whole body relax into him. You deserve to feel good, he murmured against my shoulder. You're carrying our baby, after all. I laughed softly. You act like it's some great act of service. It is, he said, pressing a smile into my skin. This is our first pregnancy. You're already thinking about a second one? I teased. With you, of course, he replied, nipping playfully at my ear. We didn't do much talking after that, but something in his words made me pause, stirring thoughts I hadn't expected, about his family, about the baby, about the mountains, and about what awaited me there.
Chapter 25. POV. Cain. The car ride was far from normal. Instead, it was filled with awkward silence, though the inside of my mind was in pure chaos. I tapped my fingers along the steering wheel for the 100th time, trying to fixate on the constant sound in order to stop my mind from literally combusting. Kiera hadn't spoken in the better half of 30 minutes, and neither had I. The drive was all open road now, mostly highway driving until we reached the mountain road, then it would slowly shift to pine trees and unlit roads for the next 40 miles straight. And I couldn't stop thinking about it. Arriving at my pack house, telling Kiera the truth, seeing how my pack would react to her. For the last 10 minutes, that's all I could think about.
Telling Kiera the truth. I couldn't not tell her.
If I did decide not to tell her, then it would place her in danger, especially if she didn't know the truth about who and what she was really dealing with. I knew the news had to be out by now in my pack, and I knew that more than half of the pack wouldn't take it lightly. They would either be disgusted or outraged by my choice, or both. Pure-blood werewolves wouldn't want to accept that an alpha's mate was a human.
But after she announced her pregnancy, I knew I had to do something. I had to take her to meet the pack. I had to bring her there for safety's sake. A human could not carry an alpha's baby in the human world, unprotected and unconnected to a pack, without being in harm's way.
Even though I knew that things would be difficult at the pack for Kiera, it was the best option.
Kiera was carrying my child. She was my mate. She belonged to an alpha, and she would be afforded the same respect as I received. But an alpha's claim wasn't the only thing that mattered to me.
The truth was, I knew I couldn't breathe without her. I knew that I wouldn't be a fraction of a man or alpha without her. I loved her. Love can conquer whatever life throws at us. And with that realization, I knew that I needed to tell her the truth. I pulled over as quickly as I could, veering off the highway and turning right onto a back road pit stop where we were the only car in the lot.
Cain!
I heard Kiera's voice, but it sounded like background noise.
I had made up my mind what I was going to do. I couldn't just explain something like this. She needed to see for herself. Cain, she said again. I turned to look at her, gripping her hand in my mind as my wolf howled and paced desperately inside of me. Kiera. Her blue eyes softened as she tried to make sense of the silent war inside of my head. She couldn't now, but soon she'd see for herself. Cain, what are we doing? Why did we pull over here? Are we close? Are you okay? Oh.
I heaved in a breath, connecting with her gaze again, and lifting her chin up to my eye level. I need to show you something. With that, I exited the car and walked around to the front of it. Kiera remained seated in the car, unmoving, staring at me in confusion. Slowly, she undid her seatbelt, slowly exiting the car, and stood across from me.
What's going on, Cain?
I took my hand in hers and began leading her towards the wooded area in front of us. You're scaring me, she whispered, her voice shaky.
Trust me, Kiera.
I squeezed her hand. It's okay. I guided her through the woods until the car was barely visible in the distance. We must have walked a mile before I finally stopped behind a large pine tree and a boulder that hid us from human view. Cain, talk to me, please, she pleaded, wrapping her arms around my waist and looking to me for answers. What's going on? You'll see soon, I told her, heaving in a breath. Trust me, Kiera. You need to trust me. I don't understand. She shook her head as she began pacing back and forth in the forest. I gripped her hand, tighter, stopping her in place before pressing a kiss onto the top of her head. I have to tell you something, and it's going to sound really strange, but you have to believe me. You have to trust me. Her forehead wrinkled. Okay. It's going to sound pretty weird, Kiera, I said, heaving in a deep breath. But you have to believe me. Promise me that you will. She paused, biting her lip.
Kiera, Promise me.
Hi,
Fine.
she said, her hands shaky as she tried to make sense of this.
Okay, I said. I haven't told you everything about who I am.
Oh God, she said, fiddling her hands. You're married, aren't you?
No, baby.
I said, softening my tone, squeezing her hand. I'm not married. That's not it. Then what? She almost yelled out as worry spread across her face.
I sucked in another deep breath, then said, well, I am a CEO. That part is true, but I also lead a group of people. They're like my family, but... Oh my God,
she said, letting go of my grip and taking a step back, covering her mouth. You're the leader of a cult? No, I laughed, grasping her hand and pulling her towards me again. I guess if you think those two are the worst-case options, then this might be easier than I thought. She bit her lip and yelled frantically. Just tell me, Cain! The words left my mouth before I could stop them. My DNA is different from yours, Kiera. I'm...
Just say it, Cain.
The words fell out. I'm a werewolf. I'm the alpha of a pack. I'm their leader.
Kiera burst out laughing, shaking her head. You know, you almost had me.
I went tight-lipped. It's true. She rolled her eyes. Yeah, okay.
That's where we're going, Kiera. We're going to my pack house.
She shook her head, another laugh spilling from her mouth. Okay, no need to rub in it. I'm naive. I get it. I shook my head, feeling my body and my wolf tense from aggravation. In the werewolf world, we have things called mates, true mates. And for an alpha, that would be his Luna. It's sort of like a soulmate to humans. Like a husband-wife thing, I said, hoping that would sink it in. But it didn't. Kiera just laughed again. And does Bigfoot live there with you too? Out in the forest? Is he like your assistant? Kiera, I said, gripping her hand tighter. I guess what did I expect? I said almost to myself. You need to see it for yourself. I need to show you. I let go of her hand, took a step back, and heaved in another breath. I needed to show her to make her believe. See what? She asked, her brows furrowing in confusion. I began stripping in the middle of the words. First my jacket came off, then my shirt, then my jeans, then my boxers, until I was standing in the forest completely naked.
Cain, we're in the forest, she said, shaking her head.
My wolf howled inside, desperate to be seen by his mate.
Just don't run, I said.
She rolled her eyes. You'd probably like the chase. I had to show her. It was the only way. And I'm sure she'd freak out completely, but it was the only way to get her to believe me. I shifted effortlessly into my wolf, like an alpha would in his natural habit. Wide open, untouched forest. My bones cracked first as brown fur replaced my skin. I fell to the ground on all fours as my nose became a snout. Then my eyes turned to wolf vision, and my teeth were replaced by razor-sharp canines. Kiera watched the entire time, open mouth and her body frozen. She didn't so much as blink. She didn't scream. She just stood there in shock. My wolf approached with caution, nuzzling its head along her right calf. I half expected her to run like hell, but instead she just stood there, her hands quivering. Though her eyes never changed, they didn't hold fear. Instead, she appeared curious, before beginning to bend forward towards me. Slowly, she pressed her knees into the forest floor and ran her hand along my wolf's head. Her movements were slow, careful but trusting.
I couldn't believe it!
Kiera was freaked out, that's for certain, but she trusted my wolf.
I quickly began to shift back into my human form, and Kiera backed away, watching in complete awe as I did. I took a few big heaping breaths in, finally regaining full control, then wrapped my arms around her as her body relaxed in my grasp. She lost her words. I nodded. I am. But how? How's that even possible? She asked in a shocked whisper.
It's hereditary.
Her voice cracked. So, that means that our baby will also be a... Yes, I said finally. She looked at me then, her gaze muddied with uncertainty. You won't take the baby from me, will you? No, baby, God, no. No one ever will take our children from you. No one will ever take you from me. You'll be protected, I promise. But my promise felt empty, because Kiera had no idea the hate she would receive from my pack. She had no idea the difficult time that both of us would face. She had no idea the uphill battle we'd have to climb. But we'd do it together.
Chapter 26. POV, Kiera. I should have been terrified, absolutely terrified. But the truth was, I wasn't. Somehow I was oddly comforted. When his bones cracked and fur was in place of human skin, I should have ran. I should have ran back to the car and drove away without him, but I didn't. I couldn't bring myself to do so, because oddly enough, looking into his wolf's dark gaze, I felt calm. Maybe it was the mate thing that he spoke about, the connection of souls, the connection we had. Who knows? All I knew was that none of this made sense anymore. I was a mate to an alpha of a werewolf pack, but that wasn't even the strangest part. The strangest part of it all was that the baby that was growing inside of me would become a werewolf one day. That should have unsettled me too, but it didn't. Because everything inside me told me to stay calm, that I was protected and I was safe. It's as if part of my soul was attached to his. During the entire ride to his pack house, or whatever he called it, he held my hand, as if he knew it could ground me, and it did. The car traveled slowly down a long, winding driveway, the path lined with flickering lanterns. Shadows danced across the gravel as the vehicle moved forward. At last, the car came to a stop in front of a large, dark stone house. 2 stories rose from the foundation, crowned with 3 sharp roof peaks that pierced the night sky. Surrounding the house, dozens of towering pine trees stretched to the sky. Beyond the trees, a tall mountain framed the house. My hand shook as I reached for the car door handle, not bringing myself to exit the car just yet. Cain was at my door in a moment, opening it and squeezing my hand in his. "I'm here, Kiera. I'll be by your side." "Where are they?" I whispered as he took a hold of my hand and then grabbed the suitcases with his other. "Where are who?" He looked around as if he was expecting to see someone or something that I saw. "The werewolves," I whispered, looking towards the woods, but it was empty. "Your packmates?" He chuckled as he led me to the large entranceway. "They're at their own homes." "Then whose house is this?" I asked in surprise, looking at the gigantic size of it. "It's ours," he said with a proud smile. "Ours?" I squeaked out. "Yes, ours," he said slowly, guiding me into the home and setting down the bags. He wrapped me into his embrace and held me against his chest for a moment, neither of us speaking. "When will I meet them?" I asked quietly. "I will have my beta call a pack meeting in an hour. It'll give you time to settle in and get something to eat." "Beta?" I asked, confused. "My second in command," he explained. I nodded, though my chest felt tight, tighter than ever. I glanced around the house, inspecting every inch of it. A foyer area with black leather couch, tribal artwork along with pelts of fur, deer heads and antlers hung on the walls, a long winding wood staircase, a long hallway that looked like it went towards a kitchen and maybe a living room. Cain waved his hand towards me, ushering me to walk with him. We made our way down the hallway and stepped into a living room that took my breath away. Panoramic windows stretched from floor to ceiling, revealing a rolling view of trees and the distant rooftops of houses beyond. A large, black suede sectional sat in the middle of the space, centered around a sleek black glass coffee table. Above, a chandelier of steel and glass hung like a piece of modern artwork. A cream-colored area rug was underneath the furniture. Across from us, a marble fireplace stood. The kitchen, visible just beyond the living area, was equally stunning. White marble countertops, paired with sleek black wood cabinets. Accents of gold shined, handles, fixtures, and trim. "This is," I began, my words failing. "Our home," he said simply, taking out his phone and placing it to his ear. "Hey, Zav. Yeah, we're here. Call a pack meeting in 1 hour." Then he tossed the phone onto the couch and walked back towards me, his gaze intently fixated on mine. "They're going to take a while." He paused, his gaze softening. "To come around." "To what?" "To the idea of you," he said quietly. My brow furrowed in confusion. "The idea of me? You mean the idea of me pregnant?" "No, the idea of a human being, a mate to an alpha," he said quietly, looking down at his feet. "There's never been one before?" I asked. My heart, apparently deciding it could no longer be contained, began hammering wildly against my ribs. Cain shook his head, his gaze dropping down to his feet. "Not that I've heard of, and definitely not in this pack." I shook my head, feeling the weight of everything finally surface. I mean, this was big. This seemed revolutionary in their packs, to their status quo. "Cain, I can't." He grabbed my hand back and squeezed it, reassuring me the best he could, but even he looked skeptical. "You can. You're strong enough to handle this, Kiera, and I don't give a damn about what they think. I'm their alpha. You're my mate." My throat felt like it was going to close, but won't it cause a pack uproar? "I'm sure, but they'll get used to it," he said. But his eyes said something different. He was worried. The words came out in a rush. "Will they?" Cain didn't respond, which was answer enough. But it didn't make my fears any less. If anything, it made them worse. I couldn't stop thinking about it. The idea that an entire group of people could despise me simply because I was human. This was supposed to be the place I called my home, but it felt like far from it. I knew that an uphill battle was just starting, and I was the one in the hot seat right now.
Chapter 27. POV. Cain. I sensed what was about to happen before it unfolded. The shift in the air, the look in her eyes, the way my heart began to race. It all told me what was coming long before either of us moved.
I knew that they wouldn't accept her immediately. I knew they wouldn't bare their necks. I knew they wouldn't smile or clap. I knew they would sneer and whisper. I knew that a human Luna would never be outright accepted.
But I vowed that I would ensure she was at least respected and on the way to becoming accepted as the pack's Luna.
But as I stood with Kiera beside me, looking out over the pack houses and the pack members beginning to gather below, my wolf stirred restlessly inside me, growing more frantic by the second. It felt like my nerves had exploded all at once. Fear, confusion, and worry crashing through me in a chaotic wave. Xavier stood 10 feet away from us, watching me, watching Kiera, watching the pack members' expressions as they approached. I should have felt confident, grounded in the calm authority that usually defined my alpha presence. But as their expressions slowly turned toward Kiera, something deep in my chest tightened, leaving me more unsettled with each moment. I took a step towards her, curling my arm around her waist protectively and tugging her against my body.
Murmurs rippled through the crowd as they exchanged whispers and glances. I could hear every word, even though Kiera couldn't.
Disgusting. A human Luna? Never. She's weak. She can't lead.
I opened the meeting with a growl, loud and commanding, the sound echoing through the valley beyond and instantly silencing my pack. All of their eyes turned towards me, in respect and submission. Xavier gave me a wary look before I proceeded, exchanging glances between him and Kiera.
Kiera was holding it together by a thread. I could tell by the way beads of sweat went down her forehead, the way her hands shook slowly, the way she remained tight-lipped, glancing down towards her feet. I tightened my hold around her waist, pressing her further into me and trying to calm her with our bond.
Her hand stopped shaking, and she let out a deep breath of relief. So, I began.
By now, you've all heard why I called this meeting. I paused, looking towards the crowd for their reactions. Indifference, disgust, even anger. Today, we welcome a new addition to our pack. My Luna, Kiera. I motioned towards Kiera. She wasn't trembling, not like before. Instead, she held her head high, her eyes level with those of my pack members. And in that moment, she gave me the confidence I needed. She was strong. She could make it through this. She could become part of this pack. The murmurs started shortly after, their gazes skeptical as they looked her over. They didn't see what I saw. They didn't see how caring she was. They didn't see how strong she was. They didn't see the future inside of her. They didn't know the legacy she would bring us. I continued, yes, Kiera is a human, but she is strong. She will be a fine Luna. But their murmurs said they believed otherwise. One of the pack members stepped forward. Brian. Brian was one of the members that always gave me trouble. I narrowed my eyes upon him and watched his every move.
Brian only took a few steps and stopped where he was, his eyes fixated on Kiera. A human doesn't belong in a pack.
A growl rippled from my mouth as I took a step forward, shielding Kiera behind me as I did. You do not have a say who belongs in this pack.
Brian looked around at the doubtful faces and waved his hand over the crowd. This pack should have a say who is welcomed into it.
I bared my teeth, clenching my fists at my side and taking another step forward. I stopped inches away from his face. Are you this pack's alpha? With that, Brian cowered, looking for guidance from the pack members. She will not be accepted. I growled loudly, causing Brian to lose his balance, fall to the ground and cower, along with a few more pack members. This is not a discussion. This is my goddess-given mate. You will respect her as you respect me. You will treat her as if she is part of this pack. Is there anyone else that has anything to say, that thinks they deserve an opinion of who the goddess has chosen for my mate? I boomed loud enough that even the leaves of the trees shook. Slowly, I looked around at my pack members' faces, at the elders, Xavier, the men, women, and children. The children were terrified. Most of the women looked jealous. The men were either indifferent or disgusted. The elders looked skeptical, and Brian was terrified while Xavier looked wary. But as I turned and met Kiera's gaze, she looked proud. Meeting adjourned, I called out. As customary in our pack, my members were expected to bare their necks and half bow after a meeting adjourned. Some of my members submitted by baring their necks and bowing, while some refused, their gazes narrowed on Kiera. Bow! I boomed, my voice a definite command to my pack members. None hesitated physically. But I knew that mentally, some were still refusing to submit.
Chapter 28. POV, Kiera. My heart was beating wildly in my chest when we walked back to the main house. Cain's arm remained hooked around my side, holding me near. His voice sounded, but I wasn't listening. Not really. He spoke about the pack, their customs, assuring me that they would accept me, yet none of it registered. The truth was, I hadn't been listening for the last 5 minutes. My mind was elsewhere. Instead, I was picturing the way they looked at me. All I could see were their angry, disgusted stares. If I, a simple human, could see their lack of respect and disgust of me, then I knew Cain had seen it as well. The scene replayed within my mind. The man who stepped forward, who was bold enough to challenge Cain and angry enough to say that I would never be accepted in this pack. And a part of me, though it pained me to say, knew he was right. I knew I would never be accepted in this pack. I was an outsider. I was a human. I was beneath them. We passed through the doorway, and Cain slammed it shut behind us, the sound echoing through the space. He broke away from me, heading toward the living room, then began pacing back and forth.
Damn them!
He yelled, slamming his fist into the cushion of the couch. I stared blankly at the wall, replaying the meeting over and over in my mind, every word, every glance in an unrelenting loop.
Who do they think they are, to think that they can disrespect either of us?
He screamed, this time tossing blankets and pillows to the ground.
They will respect you. They will accept you as Luna. They will learn their place in this pack.
I stared blankly at him.
Kiera!
I heard his voice echo as he approached.
Kiera, are you listening to me?
I wasn't. I hadn't processed a single word, not really. Oh, I said, clearing my throat and blinking a few times. What were you saying? Suddenly, Cain's arms were around me, wrapping me into his grasp, then pulling me into him, grounding me with his presence as he always did. I'm sorry, Kiera. That must have been hard for you. Goddess, I'm such an idiot, he said, shaking his head and pressing my cheek into his chest. It doesn't matter how I feel right now. I can't imagine how you feel, how you're probably scared and shocked and lost. I closed my eyes for a moment, letting his words sink inside my head. Scared, shocked, lost.
I didn't respond. Instead, I just let him hold me and allowed the warmth of his touch to calm me.
I'm fine, I lied, coolly.
You will be,
he told me. I am Cain, I promise, I said quieter. He tilted my chin up and looked into my eyes. This is going to be difficult, but I will always be by your side, and eventually, my pack will accept you. They will? I asked, skeptical. Just wait until I have the baby. Wait until they say things about our child.
His eyes went from soft to hard in a second's time. They will never disrespect our child. Our child will be their alpha.
He said it with such a definitive tone that it even made me want to believe it. I began, but stopped my words there. Wouldn't it be easier for you if I wasn't your mate? His eyes turned almost black as his grip tightened around my arms. Never! It would never be easier, Kiera. Without you, I wouldn't be half the man I am today, and I know that sounds completely crazy, probably even delusional. He ran his thumb down my bottom lip tenderly. But it just is. For wolves, because of the bond, it makes sense, and I don't expect you to understand, but I want you to know that you will help make this pack better. I know it, and one day they will see it.
Oh-hoo!
Tears began to form beneath my eyes, but I fought them back. Cain's words meant something, and I knew one day, though I couldn't see it happening now, he would be right. Call me crazy, because I have absolutely no idea why I feel like this. There's no reason or explanation but for the bond tying us together as one, but I do. He tilted downwards as he pressed his lips into mine and enveloped me into a soul-wrecking kiss. And when our lips released, I looked up at him with dazed eyes and trembling lips. Come, he said, simply, taking my hand in his and leading me from the pack house and towards another cottage. Where are we going? I asked, feeling the eyes upon us. We passed the skeptical, angry faces of his pack members as we stopped in front of the small cottage. Within a second, the door opened. In the doorway stood an older woman. A smile immediately spread across her face as she grasped my hand in hers, leading me and Cain inside, without even speaking. My gaze traced over hers, taking in her kind, soft eyes and the worn lines on her face. When the door closed, she turned quickly and clapped her hands together excitedly.
If Cain has not told you, she gave him a look, which I'm sure he hasn't, I'm Mia.
Hi, Mia, I rasped out, trying to regain my nerves.
She waved to us to take a seat at her small wooden table, overlooking the beautiful valley speckled with cottages. There's no reason to be nervous here, Kiera. She patted my hand, reassuring me. I'm Cain's aunt and the pack healer.
The pack healer? I asked, confused.
She gripped my hand tighter. In our customs, we believe in a different type of medicine. I'm their doctor, and that's why you're here. I listened, taking in her words. Cain sat at my side, his hand rubbing against my thigh, keeping my demeanor calm.
So you're going to run tests on me? I asked in confusion, my forehead wrinkling.
Kiera, baby, Cain said. It'll be okay. Just give her your hand.
I inched forward, my hand slowly sliding across the table towards hers. Slowly, she took her hand in mine, patting the top of it, closing her eyes and clasping her palm over mine. Her forehead wrinkled as she pressed further, thinking. Then she blinked her eyes open, and her lips twisted into a frown. Slowly, she placed my hand down and looked towards Cain first. What's wrong? Cain asked, gripping my hand in his. Well, it's unusual, she said, evening her lips into a look of indifference. But I guess it's not unusual for humans. Is it the baby? I asked in a terrified whisper. No, she said quickly. It isn't the baby. It's your body, dear. It's customary in our tradition for mates to mark each other, to solidify the bond. It helps our connection. She looked between Cain and I. But with the baby and your condition, she cleared her throat. Marking her while pregnant will not work. A look of fear flashed through Cain's eyes. Enlarged pupils, open mouth, unsteady hands. Are you certain? She nodded. A lump in my throat began to form. What did marking even mean? What does that mean, marking? Like with his teeth? I asked, feeling my hands go clammy. Mia nodded slowly.
Cain got to his feet and began pacing back and forth, his steps heavy as he slammed his fist into a wall, cracking through the drywall. Mia took my hand in hers again. The alpha in him is not happy.
Why? I whispered, confused, watching Cain continue to pace back and forth.
His wolf is home! His mate! You are home with him! He wants to mark you. It's instinctive, and now he was told he cannot. It will take a lot of restraint and control for him not to do so.
I shouldn't have understood it, but I did. I actually did. His eyes flashed gold. I need to go, he said, looking between Mia and I. Mia nodded. Cain opened the sliding doors of her cottage and began to shift into his wolf. I got to my feet instantly, feeling the need to chase after him, to ask him to stay and explain everything to me. But when his wolf took over, he was already gone, running down the hill, towards the tall pines and into the wilderness.
Mia walked to my side and took my hand in hers. Most humans would faint or run.
I turned to her. I'm thinking about pulling out my hair right now and screaming. Would that help? She laughed. No. I let out a heavy sigh. It's just hard to understand. I can imagine, she laughed. But I think you'll fit in perfectly here. We need a Luna with an open mind. I think my mind's as open as it could be. I shook my head, trying to piece together the day. I had more answers than I knew what to do with. Cain was a werewolf. His pack had never had a human Luna before. His aunt was the packer's healer. Werewolves bit each other to mark them, and for some reason, because of our baby growing inside of me, not to mention a baby that was half human, half werewolf, he couldn't mark me, yet.
There's one more thing you should know, Kiera.
Her soft eyes trailed over my face. I forced out a breath, slamming my palms on the table and bracing myself for impact. Shoot.
The fetus does not grow the same as a human.
She paused, glancing over my face. I was definitely internally freaking out right now. Like a fire alarm with heavy smoke and no vent. Freak out. She continued, "It grows at a heightened rate, but I'm uncertain of the exact timing due to your genetics. Your human genetics." Got it. So, what? I could have it next week? I bit my lip nervously.
No,
she paused.
Not next week, but sometime in the next few months.
Next few months? I let out a panicked laugh. The thought of running away seemed plausible now. She nodded, grasping my hand in hers. But I will be here. We'll arrange weekly checkups. I will make a list for you of proper nutrients that your body will need to substitute what it lacks. And when your contractions come, I will be by your side as well as Cain. After a few deep breaths, my breathing returned back to normal. I should have been freaked out beyond belief. I should have had a panic attack. But instead, I felt like somehow, some way, things would work out in the end.
Chapter 29. POV. Cain. It's been 2 days since I learned of the news that I couldn't mark my own mate.
I understood it. Goddess, I understood why I couldn't mark her, for the sake of her health, and for the sake of the baby, but my wolf did not understand it. It was a foreign concept to him, especially since the announcement to the pack and the acceptance of the bond. The only thing that made sense to him was marking her, claiming his mate once and for all.
I laid next to her this morning, and it was practically unbearable. Completely unbearable.
But I couldn't ice her out. It would only place a barrier between us that we didn't need, and show the pack that we were misaligned.
So, I laid next to her with my hand wrapped tightly around her waist, and her body pressed tightly against mine, and I tried not to think about what it would feel like to sink my teeth into her neck and claim her finally. I told my wolf no, repeatedly, every minute for the last hour.
Eventually, I couldn't take it any longer, so I rolled out of the bed and onto my feet. Kiera stirred beside me, fluttering her eyes open and yawning. Going somewhere, Alpha? It was supposed to be a joke, but it did something to my wolf.
It made him wild.
My eyes flashed gold, and I had to stop myself from practically lunging at her and marking her.
I have to go,
I replied, turning on my feet and walking out of the room as quickly as I could. I knew that would hurt Kiera. I knew she would be confused, but I had to. I had to leave before I risked everything, losing her and the baby, by marking her. So, I went to the only safe place I knew, the forest. The early morning mist rolled across the forest floor, clinging to the trees, the ivy, the moss, and creating fog around me. I lifted my nose to the air, inhaling the fresh scent of the forest and reveling in the quiet around me. My wolf was at peace here, away from her scent and her overwhelming presence, which caused constant agitation. I needed to ground myself and rein my wolf in. I shifted easily, my bones cracking, my skin turning into fur and my eyes turning to the golden color of my wolf's. My paws sunk into the wet, damp soil as I ran. I ran far into the forest and towards our pack's edge. My wolf came to a stop at a cliffside and overlooked the world from its ledge. After a few moments of staring into the abyss ahead and tiring out my wolf, I decided I needed to shift back into my human form.
The shift was painful this time. My wolf fought against me, trying to wrestle for control, to keep myself in this form. But I forced him back, re-seizing control and shifting back into my human form.
My knees and palms were pressed into the long grasses and dirt as I breathed unsteadily. Each breath was ragged as I forced my wolf back deep inside of me. And when I did, I nearly fell to the ground, glancing up at the clear blue sky. I stayed like that for a while, laying there, thinking and contemplating everything. Would I lose control? How would I go on like this? For days, let alone months. I forced my eyes closed and heaved in another deep, clean breath. Because soon, I'd be back in that house, and everything around me would smell like her. And I couldn't breathe there, not without my wolf pacing, howling, and begging to mark his mate.
Damn! I muttered under my breath as I got to my feet and shifted back into my wolf form and ran back towards the house. As I neared, I saw Kiera staring out the window, washing dishes. Her gaze immediately went to my wolf. My wolf began to fight for control, excited at the sight of his mate. I forced him back, running in circles, trying to tire him out and seize back control. It took at least 10 minutes before I was able to calm him and force him to give me back control and allow my shift. And when I did, Kiera was standing in the doorway, with a look on her face that was a mixture of confusion and fear. "Are you okay?" she asked quietly. "Fine," I mumbled, getting to my feet, keeping my gaze forward as I walked past her.
As I passed by, I knew Kiera was watching, waiting, confused, concerned, but unable to move. She lingered in the doorway, and I could feel her hurt like a weight in the air. It cut deep, but I knew this was for the best.
I'm going to go shower, I said, turning down a hallway and out of her sight.
Okay, she said. Her tone was barely above a whisper. And as I showered, I could feel the distance between us, mentally and physically. And it stung. It stung like a bite would.
It was so ironic that that's how I thought about it, but it was the truth. I pressed my palm into the shower tile and hung my head low, letting the water cascade down my backside and rinse my body of earth. But it couldn't rinse my thoughts of her, of my yearning to claim. I knew that once I stepped out of the shower, once I kissed her and sat beside her, then I'd be right back on the edge of losing control. And that thought absolutely terrified me. Losing control, losing my mate, losing our baby. When I exited the shower, I took my time doing so. I moved as slowly as I possibly could, because right now, being near her, my own mate, terrified me.
Chapter 30. POV. Kiera. 1 week later. Sun seeped through the cracks of the half-open curtains, coaxing me awake. I rolled over to my side, hoping that I'd find Cain warming the spot next to me, but it was cold, cold as ice, just like he's been lately, because of this bond. For a human, you'd think I'd be more understanding, determining that this was clearly unexplainable to my human mind, and none of this made sense at all. I should have realized by now that I would never understand this. Him, this place, maybe even our child. But I didn't. I didn't understand that it was hard for him to be around me. I didn't understand why his pack members loathed me. I didn't understand the need to be accepted in a place I clearly didn't belong in. I didn't understand the child growing inside me. I didn't understand any of it. It should have made it easier, not understanding it, but honestly, it made it worse. Because the truth was, I was alone here. I had no friends, except for Mia, and though she was kind, she was Cain's relative, so I couldn't necessarily sit for hours and talk to her about how horrible it was here, and how cold Cain was as of late. But nevertheless, I forced myself out of bed, dressing myself in something else besides pajamas, and headed towards the kitchen. The kitchen was empty, like the whole house was. Cain was nowhere to be found. I glanced at the countertop, at the small note that was left there. I went to the training grounds. Be back soon. Love you. Love you. The words replayed over in my head on a loop. I knew he did. I knew he meant that. And I felt the same, even though it was unexplainable. I knew that my body physically needed him, and my heart literally beat for him. And it hurt. It pained me to be away from him, especially since he was purposefully ignoring me as of late. As soon as I finished the thought, the coffee pot beeped, signaling that it had finished brewing. With shaky hands, I went to retrieve myself a cup, placing the cup to my lips and inhaling the steam and scent of freshly ground beans and hints of vanilla and cinnamon. I drew out finishing my coffee on purpose, because I knew I couldn't sit inside this house alone all day. Again, I had to go out there and try to be a part of his world, no matter the rejection. And as the door closed behind me, I heaved in a deep breath of encouragement.
You got this, Kiera. This can't be worse than being fresh meat in the corporate world. That has got to be worse. They'll come around, eventually.
But the moment my eyes landed upon their cold, unwelcoming gazes, I thought otherwise. I was standing in the doorway of the common house, where the women met for their Tuesday book club meetings, which happened to be today. Who knew werewolves have book club meetings like humans do? But turns out, they do. More than 2/3 of the women looked pissed, or insulted that I even came. The other 1/3 of the room looked skeptical. But out of the crowd, I found one friendly face, Mia. Mia walked towards me, holding out her arms, inviting me into a hug. I'm glad you came, Luna. I let out a nervous laugh. Far from it.
You are this pack's Luna. Even they know it, she said, looking around, referring to the women who scoffed or rolled their eyes when I walked by. We took a seat in the corner of the room. Mia handed me their latest book club read, and when I glanced down at the cover, I realized that a group of women who happened to be werewolves were reading a book about the same thing. Mating. But in this case, instead of a human and an alpha wolf mating, it was the bond between two actual werewolf mates. I laughed, looking at the cover, shaking my head. Mia cocked an eyebrow. The author does a nice job. Is it factual? Spot on, she smiled. I stared down at the cover, fidgeting the book in my hands. How does a human gain access to knowledge like this? She gave me a look. So, she's not a human author? She's a werewolf author, I asked in surprise. Yep, she nodded. I shook my head in disbelief. Well, to say I'm surprised would be an understatement. But before Mia could respond, a woman came forward. She stopped in front of me with folded arms and narrowed eyes. Well, hello, Vivian, Mia said coldly. Vivian offered a nasty smile, exposing her canines, which was mainly directed towards me. I just stared at her. Do you really think that scares people? She scoffed. Humans are always scared. They have no place in our world. Mia inched forward in her seat protectively. It's fine, Mia. I got this. I rose to my feet, inches away from her face. I know how to handle bullies like her. Like me, she laughed, smiling another terrifying smile and baring her teeth. Oh, sweetheart, you don't know anything about bullies like me. Otherwise, you'd have lost your head. Oh, really? I asked, rolling my eyes. Well, I know one thing for sure. You won't dare touch me. I won't, she chucked, but there was no humor to it. No, because then you'd have to answer to your alpha, my mate, I warned, not backing down.
The word itself made her lose control, pushing me against the table, causing the book to fly from my hand. All I could think was, oh no, I'm done for. I can't take on a werewolf. She pushed me to the ground, hovering over me with her claws suspended centimeters away from my face as she growled, "He should have been mine." Then I heard it. A low growl. It caused my entire body to vibrate. Cain. And before I knew it, Cain pulled her off of me, throwing her so far that her body hit a table and wrapped his hand around her throat. "You will pay for this, Vivian. This is treason, laying a hand on your Luna." Xavier stood at Cain's side, waiting for the go-ahead. Cain only gave a small nod before Vivian was hauled away. The entire room was silent. Every pack member had their neck bared towards Cain.
"That is enough!"
he seethed, his eyes flashing gold as he walked around the room with his fists balled.
"Enough of your pettiness! Enough of your jealousy! Enough of your lack of acceptance! Kiera is my mate. She is your Luna. She is carrying my heir. If you threaten her, you threaten this entire pack and its legacy. You will be met with punishment or banishment from this pack."
Their heads dipped lower as they cowered from his words.
"Kiera,"
he said, holding out his hand for me and shuttling me towards our house. When we finally got inside, I nearly collapsed into his arms. "How did you know?" He held me against his chest and stroked my hair. "I could feel you, through the bond. I knew you were in trouble."
"I would have been fine,"
I lied. "I knew I wouldn't have stood a chance." "You're strong, Kiera, and I'm sorry you have to go through this," he replied softly. "And I'm sorry for the distance, but I'm terrified I won't be able to control myself." With that, he let go of me and walked away, and I was back to feeling cold and alone. Chapter 31. POV. Kiera. A few days later, I woke up in a fitful sweat. Perspiration clung to my forehead and slicked my hair back against my temples as I groaned, tossing over to my side. Cracks of light forced itself through the halfway open drapery, and I groaned louder, my head pounding and my body almost stiff. I turned over to my side, slowly, glancing down at my stomach, confused at the sudden heaviness in my center. And when I did, I nearly gasped at the sight. My stomach was huge, almost swollen. It wasn't like this a few days ago. I tensed, pushing myself into a seat and my back against the bed frame, staring down at my belly in complete shock. This couldn't be. I'm pregnant. I'm really pregnant. Like a few months, maybe 4 months pregnant by the look of it. How could this be? This isn't possible. Then I thought of Mia's words about the pregnancy, about how wolves grow faster and stronger than human babies. Does that mean it's close? The contractions? The birth itself? I hadn't even prepared myself. I hadn't even bought a crib. Do wolf babies need cribs? Do they shift right away? Do they need milk for nutrients like human babies? My questions were endless. I had no answer, and it seemed like I had very little time to prepare before our baby was actually here. I cradled my belly, hoping to feel a kick, anything to calm my mind, as I trailed my hand tenderly around my belly for a minute. A movement stopped me in place. The baby. I felt it kick. But how? It felt impossible, yet possible at the same time. As I stared down at my belly, in both awe and astonishment, I began to wonder how on earth I would prepare myself to be a mom. This soon, in a pack I wasn't welcome in. How would I learn how to care for a child, but not just any old child, a werewolf child? The door creaked open and Cain stood in the center of the doorway, his gaze dropping to examine my belly. "I woke up this morning and this just happened," I rambled on nervously. "My belly, it's really big now and I'm freaking out and—" Cain closed the distance between us with swift steps until he took a place at my side, kneeling over the bed and taking my hand in his. "It's okay, Kiera. This is normal." He paused, looking at my belly in wonder. "For werewolf babies, it's normal." "For werewolf babies?" I laughed, almost not believing the words myself. Sounds surreal, like I'm in some made-up fantasy world. "I understand," he nodded, breathing heavily, caressing my stomach gently. "It's a lot to take in." I nodded. A lot is an understatement. I don't even know where to start, Cain. I don't know how to be a mother, yet a mother this soon, and a mother to a werewolf baby. Like, are there books for this? To teach me? To help me learn things? I shook my head, flustered. Cain tightened his grip around my hand. "I'll be with you every step of the way, baby." The thought comforted me as well as his touch. But Cain... "Baby," he interrupted, getting to his feet and snuggling next to me in bed, his hand finding its way naturally to my stomach. "You'll be a great mom. I know it. And I know this is a lot to take in. And I know you are confused and scared. But you'll be with me, and together, we'll raise our baby." Silence surrounded us. Then he said, "I'm sorry for how I've been behaving lately." I nodded, letting out a heavy sigh. "I don't understand why... the distance. You just walking away without a word sometimes. I'm confused, Cain." "I know," he said quietly. "I'm trying to control my wolf. It's difficult. But why do you need to control him?" I asked. He looked up at me, his gaze the softest I've ever seen it, and said, "To stop him from marking you." "I'm sorry, Kiera. I can't risk harming you, so when I feel him out of control, I leave. I walk away." I nestled my head into the crook of his arm and let out a deep breath. "Okay," I managed, closing my eyes and laying against him. He was all solid muscle. Everything about him was carved to perfection, even his words. "Baby," Cain said, as he began smoothing away the hair from my forehead. "I've just returned from a council meeting concerning Vivian," he said. "And?" "And I have banished her," he said simply. "Banished her?" I asked in shock. "That's a big deal, isn't it? To you guys?" "Yes, but it's the only way," he replied. "The only way?" I asked, my forehead wrinkling. "The only way to keep you safe," he replied, his voice calm and measured. "I can't risk having this happen again, especially if I'm not there in time." I steadied my gaze on his, and beneath his gaze I could see it all, his fear. "I'll be fine," I said, despite my own fear. He nodded his head. "Now you will be. She won't be a problem again." "You don't think she'll try to enact revenge or something? I take it that that's a possibility for werewolves. Violence seems natural." He nodded, as if he had already formed a plan. "I've arranged a marriage for her with someone from another pack. She'll be states away." I let out a sigh of relief. "Good. Very good," he countered, running his hand down my belly and towards my core. "Really?" I laughed, glancing at his hand placement. "Now?" "I think now's the perfect time," he said. "But what if you lose control?" I asked, the lump in my throat forming. His eyes lightened as he took my hand gently in his. "For some reason, my wolf is calm, calmer than before. He's beginning to recognize your stress, the stress we're putting you through." Boo-hoo! Tears welled within my eyes, but they did not fall. "Sorry," I murmured, wiping away a tear. "It'll help relieve your stress," he said softly, running his thumb along my cheek. I nodded. It definitely would. He carefully eased me off of him, guiding my body onto the mattress before settling my head onto a pillow. Then he shifted his body closer, positioning himself over me with deliberate care, his movements slow and controlled. What followed was gentle in a way I hadn't expected from him, careful, patient, entirely focused on making sure I felt cherished rather than claimed. And somewhere in the middle of it, I realized his eyes had stayed blue the whole time. No flicker of gold, no tension in his jaw, just him, present with me, his wolf finally quiet for once. Afterward, he pulled me gently against his chest, both of us catching our breath. "How do you feel?" he asked, brushing my hair back from my face. "Relieved," I admitted, and I meant it in more ways than one. His eyes stayed steady, blue, calm, in control. "More than relieved," he said quietly. "I don't know how I managed that, but right now he's at bay. Maybe he's finally understanding the importance of waiting." I rose slowly, one hand cradling my stomach, as I happily looked down at it.
Chapter 32. POV. Cain. The next week. Barely a week had passed, and the baby was already growing rapidly inside her. Yet with each sign of growth, the pack's concerns grew too. The council had convened at 8 a.m. this morning.
I sat at the head of the brown oval table. 14 council members surrounded me, their sullen gazes fixed in my direction, while the air pressed in, heavy with unspoken tension.
Elder Vero was the first to speak up, his tone measured, steeped in a quiet, sanctimonious authority. "The pack's unease regarding your choice of Luna has only deepened. Now that her pregnancy nears its end, serious concerns have arisen about the child's condition and its place among us. The child will be part human, and therefore unfit to lead or serve the pack as tradition demands. Even the act of bringing a human into our ranks has long been met with disapproval, mate or not." Anger rose within me, in my golden eyes, in the growl that left my mouth, and in the way my fists bunched. The elders cowered but remained in their seats, watching me. I slammed my fist down onto the wood table. The table shuddered as the wood quaked. "You will not speak of your Luna in that matter." "But—"
Elder Vero began.
I cut him off! Your opinion is not welcomed regarding this matter. The goddess has chosen Kiera as my mate. Do you wish to challenge the goddess's will?
The room fell eerily silent. "Exactly," I added, growling. "The goddess shall never be challenged." "Yes, Alpha," he said carefully. "But what of your pack's concerns? What of their fears and objections?"
My wolf cared little for their fears and objections. He was an animal who only sought to protect his mate.
But the human part of me, the rational voice that sensed the storm on the horizon, knew trouble was coming.
My voice shook as I spoke. "What of it? What would you have me do? Reject my mate? Reject the child in her belly? Who is the future of this pack?" Elder Vero's expression tightened in careful deliberation. Several members of the pack are contemplating their departure. Xavier shifted nervously in his seat. My eyes scanned over the room, surveying each council member's face before leaning forward. Let them leave, if they so wish. I lead this pack. Before my time as Alpha, my father led. Then before him, my grandfather. And before him, my great-grandfather. And before him, my great-great-grandfather. And so on. This pack is not led by its followers.
And they would do well to learn that. If not, let them go. Let them find another pack to accept them. Let them become rogues. They can do as they wish, because I know the goddess's will is not to be questioned, and I am not foolish enough to defy it. I scanned over each council member's face to gauge their reactions.
Elder Tomas was the first to speak up. Understood, Alpha. The goddess has a purpose behind every intervention. This is no exception.
I nodded curtly, using the table to push myself up to my feet. The table quaked from the weight of my body, causing some of the council members to scramble backwards. I turned my gaze across the table, studying each member's face with careful scrutiny, searching for any flicker of deceit or hesitation. "If that is all," I said, my voice steady as my gaze tracked across them, "I will be on my way to accompany my mate to her weekly health check with our pack's healer." Xavier got out of his seat and left with me. As we walked side by side through the hallway, he whispered, "Do you believe they'll accept her after she has the child?"
No, I said, my voice shaking slightly. I do not believe she'll ever be truly accepted. But recognition is not the same thing as respect. They do not have to accept her, but they will damn certain respect her.
Xavier nodded. "I know your best interest is in this pack. I trust your instincts, Alpha."
I grunted. What kind of alpha would I be if I rejected my goddess-given mate? He placed a hand on my shoulder in support.
I let out a quick breath. All they see is hate. Because she's human. Because she's different and physically weaker, Xavier. But she's one of the strongest people I know, mentally. Xavier listened intently. She's suffering, though she won't admit it. She hides it to spare me the burden. Do they even understand what it feels like for her? Alienated from the very pack that should be welcoming her. And then there's me.
I've grown distant, paralyzed by the fear of marking her wrong, of harming her, or our unborn child. Even being close, even intimacy, feels like a gamble I dare not take. She's an outsider here, yet somehow, she carries it all with a strength I can barely comprehend.
Xavier's grip tightened on my shoulder, grounding me in place. Maybe the pack will see it for themselves, after she gives birth. I shook my head. We can only hope, because no one can endure living as a stranger in their own home forever. I looked over at him. I saw the depth of concern within his eyes, a burden that neither of us could put a name to.
I should get back to Kiera. She has her weekly appointment in 10 minutes.
Xavier nodded.
Before I turned away, I paused. And Xavier, make it clear to the pack that anyone who dares to challenge me on the matter of my mate and unborn child will face no mercy.
Chapter 33. POV. Kiera. 2 weeks later. Sue. "I'm nervous," I said, the words leaving my mouth in a sudden rush. My hand rested on my stomach, on the life growing inside of me, quiet but alive. And all in all, I felt the same, quiet but alive. Somehow, despite the adversity and the outrage around me. Cain clutched my side, drawing me closer to him by my waist side. "I know, baby, but it'll all be okay. One day you won't be." "When?" I asked in a sudden rush, my tone shaky. Cain's brow furrowed. "I'm not sure, Kiera, but hopefully once the baby is born. Hopefully the baby will help unite the pack." I shook my head, uncertainty lingering in the pit of my stomach. Cain's grasp tightened around me. "Let's go," he said softly. And I knew as much as I didn't want to. We needed to. We needed to face the pack after the last 2 weeks. Cain and I walked side by side through the long hallways of our house, and each step felt weighted, as if my feet were being dragged through half-dry cement. When we finally exited our home and walked towards the meeting ground, my gaze lingered on the faces that now surrounded me, wary, skeptic, resentful. I turned my gaze away from them and back towards Cain. Cain smiled at me, a lopsided one, as his hand trailed along my lower back, comforting me, grounding me as we stood before a sea of unknown. "This meeting has been called to discuss the recent departures," Cain's voice boomed, sure and steady. "As I've said before, you can leave, but you'll never be welcomed again into this pack. You don't see it now, but your hate and judgments towards a human, who happens to hold a greater title than you will ever hold, is concerning. Our child will be your alpha one day.
Whether he is half human, half werewolf, that shouldn't concern you. What should concern you is how he leads. And Kiera, while she is not a werewolf, embodies strength. His grip tightened around my waist. And our son will be no less, even if he is half human. Murmurs rippled from the crowd. But Cain kept going. What you should understand by now is that being human is not a weakness. Kiera couldn't control that she was born human, nor could she control that the goddess chose us as mates. Neither could I. But just because she is different from us doesn't mean that she is less, weaker, or unequal. I scanned over the crowd, watching their eyes attached to Cain. They listened to him, and one day they might actually believe him. They might actually believe in our child. His grip never loosened on my waist. Instead, it stayed constant like his love. "This meeting is adjourned," Cain finally said, turning us away from the crowd and back towards the house. "That was different," I whispered as I glanced up at him. "It needed to be said," he finally spoke. "I've been going about it all wrong." "You, an alpha, who never admits he's wrong, has finally admitted a shortcoming?" I teased. He shrugged, leading me back into our home. I decided that strength might have not been the best tactic here. I needed to explain something to them, make them see the bigger picture. "And I'm glad you did," I replied, as the door shut behind us and I tiptoed up to press a kiss into his lips. He deepened the kiss, pressing me slowly into the wall and cradling my belly. God, I wish I could have you again. The heat from his mouth warmed my skin. I tilted my head back into the wall, letting out a sigh. Soon, the way this baby is growing, definitely soon. "Well then," he lifted me off the ground and carried me back to the bed. "Then I guess I'll just have to be patient." "You learning patience?" I laughed, running my hand across his neckline. He set me down softly onto the bed, and what followed left me breathless in the best way. His attention entirely devoted to me, unhurried despite his earlier teasing about patience. For going down on their mates, I laughed between gasps, and he only made me laugh harder before the laughter dissolved into something else entirely. Within minutes, my body was writhing, twisting, and I was calling his name, lost completely in the feeling of him. My eyes closed halfway, and I looked at him, and his eyes were bright gold, and something beneath them looked uncontrolled. A squeak left my mouth as Cain crawled up towards me, his hand finding its way to my throat, and his eyes burned a deeper golden color. "Cain," I piped up, gasping for air. His grasp tightened around my throat as his lips brushed over my neck. "Cain," I said, my tone deepening this time. But he wasn't listening. His canines grazed over my neck, threatening, menacing. "Cain!" I screamed this time, my body spasming on the bed, daring to get away from him. Within a second, his eyes flashed to a lighter gold, and his grip released from my neck. Slowly, his hands shaking as he did, as he placed himself into a seat on the edge of the bed, his head falling into his hands. "Cain!" I replied, scooting towards him and running my palm down his backside. "Cain!" He finally looked towards me, his eyes flashing with a look of pain. "I'm sorry, Kiera." My brow furrowed. "It's okay. I was just scared," he said, his tone low and ashamed. "No, don't lie, Kiera." "I'm not. I was just confused," I explained. "It won't happen again," he said. "I just lost control." He glanced down at his hands again, as if they were capable of doing damage. I grasped his hand, squeezing it, and tilting my gaze towards him. "Nothing happened. You didn't mark me, Cain. Everything's okay." He looked at me then,
a small smile creeping up onto his lips. "I love you, Kiera." "And I love you, Alpha," I smiled, pressing another kiss his lips. "Carry me to the shower." "As you wish, Luna," he replied, grasping me into his arms and lifting me with ease. And when he set me down in the shower, I looked at him then, looked deep into his eyes. I knew that none of this would ever be easy, but with him at his side, I felt untroubled.
Chapter 34. POV. Cain. 1 month later. The room was illuminated by candlelight, since artificial lighting would be too harsh on Kiera during labor. Her screams echoed through the entire room, loud and fever-filled. Mia stood at her side, using a washcloth to cool Kiera's sweat-ridden body, starting at her forehead, then down to her neckline. I stood on the opposite side of Kiera, grasping her hand softly and watching as she writhed in pain. It's been 10 hours since Kiera went into labor. 10 painful hours that droned on and on and on, and her pain only seemed to worsen. I squeezed her hand, letting her know that I was here and I wasn't going anywhere. "It's okay, Kiera. Breathe, baby, breathe." Kiera looked up at me with wide blue eyes, but her eyes weren't the normal shade of bright blue that I was used to. They looked dull, even gray. I squeezed harder, desperate to see a flash of brightness or light instead. But the gray still remained as she looked up at me, clenching her jaw in pain and tightly closing her eyes.
Cain,
She whispered, her voice hoarse and shaky.
I'm here, baby, I replied, squeezing her hand harder and bending lower to wipe her hair from off of her forehead. Her forehead was so sweat-ridden that it practically stuck there. She murmured something indescribable under her breath, as her eyes threatened to close again.
But as if she was using all of the energy left inside of her body, she fluttered them half open again, just to look at me. "The pain," she mumbled, the words low and jumbled. "It's bad, Cain." I shifted onto my knees to meet her at eye level. "I know, baby. I know." My wolf howled inside of me, feeling the pain of his mate as if it was his own. "It's going to be okay, Kiera. You're going to be okay. Just keep pushing." She tried. Goddess, she tried. She really did. I could see it in the way she scrunched her nose, and the way her breathing escalated in soft, sudden spurts, and the way she groaned in pain. The sound was deafening. I glanced over at Mia then, hoping to see faith in her eyes, but saw something else in place. Fear. Mia lifted a glass to Kiera's lips, encouraging her to drink water. Kiera didn't reject it. In fact, she drank the entire glass in almost one gulp. The sound of the glass being set onto the nightstand was tumultuous, and it only made my mind quake more. I glanced towards her belly, towards the life inside of it, the very thing that was causing my mate, my life, so much pain. The words fell out, soft and uncertain. "Keep pushing, baby. You got this." Kiera nodded. But the movement seemed to draw every ounce of strength from her. She drew a deep, shuddering breath and pushed once more, every muscle in her body trembling with the effort. And it pained me to watch her like that, but I didn't look away. I couldn't bring myself to do so.
I felt every ounce of my mate's pain coursing through me, as though my own body bore the burden alongside her. Glancing up, clutching Kiera's hand as I did, Mia waved me over to the corner of the room.
As I walked, each step was heavy, heavy with thoughts of the unknown, heavy with the pain of seeing her like that, heavy with the responsibility for my pack. I stared at Kiera in the distance, my eyes refusing to look away, not even when Mia spoke. "Alpha." I refused to look away. Mia continued. "A choice might need to be made, if things do not progress." The words made me feel numb. I couldn't make sense of them, and deep down, I knew that I didn't want to. I didn't turn to look at her. Instead, I just stood there, watching her writhe in pain, running a hand over her stomach and using her other to grip the sheets. Boo-hoo.
A tear fell down my cheek and I didn't wick it away. Instead, I welcomed a flood of them.
And when I turned towards Mia, there was a hollow sadness in her gaze. She took my hand in hers and squeezed it. This is not an easy choice, yet it falls to you and you alone. But as Alpha, you know that you must bear the weight of it regardless.
Pooh! I choked back a sob, wiping away the tears falling down my face, trying to dry it, but it never fully dried. So, instead I just lived with the wetness. I can't, Mia. But you might have to, Alpha, she said quietly.
I can't choose, I said, almost loud enough for Kiera to hear. I glanced back at her, twisting in pain on the bed.
I know, Mia whispered softly. I know what I'm asking of you is impossible for you to understand, but you need to prepare yourself.
I let out a rushed breath, struggling to breathe properly as I inhaled another gust of air and tried to think rationally. But there was nothing rational about this.
Her body is confused, Mia went on, confused about the baby inside of her. Its strength might be too much for her body. I feel it now. Mia's tone went to a hushed whisper. I feel her weakening, Alpha. Her words dug into me, burrowing inside of me, in the worst way, tearing me apart from the inside. And my wolf only howled louder, terrified of losing his mate. Forever.
Stop!
I said, my eyes flashing gold, towering over her.
I'm not going to decide. Ensure that she and the baby live. Do whatever you must,
I yelled,
slamming my hand into the wall and punching a hole through the drywall. I need air, I replied, grasping the handle of the door, nearly breaking it as I slammed it down behind me and fell to the ground in agony.
Goddess, I cannot lose her. I cannot lose my mate.
Goddess, give her strength. Goddess, ensure her survival. Goddess, protect my mate and our baby.
Chapter 35, POV, Kiera. Heat. It overcame my entire body. It felt as if flames were licking my insides and engulfing my body. I hadn't yet given birth, and I felt weaker by each minute as time went on. I groaned, rolling over to my side, my eyes fluttering from closed to halfway open but never truly opening. I saw Mia's figure at my side, hovering in the distance. "Mia," I moaned, calling her towards me. Mia came closer in an instant, bending down to eye level and grasping my hand in hers. "Yes, Luna?" "Mia," I rasped out, eyes fluttering back closed. "How many hours has it been?" Mia's brow furrowed as her grip tightened around my hand. But instead of strength inside of me, I only felt weaker. Her face paled, but her grip never weakened. "It's been 23 hours since you went into labor." 23 hours, I croaked out, gasping for air as I did. "I feel so weak. I feel so weak, Mia." I looked at her with half-lidded eyes, my breathing unsteady and uneven. "Hold on, Luna. Hold on." Mia dropped my hand and ran over to a bucket of water nearby, dousing the rag in water, then rushing back over to me and running it tenderly over my forehead, removing my sweat and pushing back my baby hairs from my forehead. Her voice was constant but shaky. "You will be all right, Luna. Just keep pushing. Don't give up, Luna." Her words repeated inside my head. "Don't give up, Luna." But I felt like I was giving up, without even trying. My body was weakening. It was in pain. My fever was rising, and I could barely even open my eyes. It had been 23 hours of pushing, of groaning in pain, of writhing in my own sweat and discomfort. "But," the words fell on my lips. "But nothing, Luna," Mia said firmly, running the cloth over my chest and pressing her hand to my swollen stomach. She positioned herself between my legs to look at the baby's progress. "You will make it through this. Her voice shook as she said the words. "You will make it through this, Kiera. You are strong." "But I'm human," I cried out, as the pain crept through me again. My body, could it reject the baby?" Mia didn't respond, and that only made the fever burn hotter. My eyes began to flutter shut. I was too weak to try to keep them open. The pain was swallowing my energy. "Kiera!" I heard Mia yell somewhere nearby, but I couldn't see her. All I could see was darkness. I couldn't force myself to open my eyes. "Kiera!" a voice echoed. A light flashed, but my eyes were still closed. I was dreaming, or maybe I was dying. I didn't know. I couldn't tell. "Kiera!" I heard Mia call again. But all I saw was light, then a valley so green that it looked endless, and at the edge of the valley was a wolf, but not just one wolf, 3 wolves. One was larger, a brown wolf that so closely resembled Cain's wolf. Then beside him was another wolf. Its hair was so light that it almost looked white, and beside that wolf was a much smaller wolf, one so small that it looked like a baby. A pup? Its hair was a golden color, a mixture of brown and white morphing into a very distinct color. Then I heard the door open and noises around me. And I felt him, even if I couldn't see him. I felt him beside me, stroking my head, holding my hand. Cain. I felt his hand squeeze mine, and I heard his voice in echoes, as if the entire valley sounded of him. "Kiera, baby. Please, Kiera, wake up, wake up." But every time I tried to open my eyes and look into his, I failed, because I couldn't get out of the valley. Cain's voice sounded again. I could hear the pain in his tone. "Kiera, baby, please." And it all shifted. The light disappeared in the valley as the skies grew dark gray, almost black, and the 3 wolves in the distance disappeared. I searched the valley for any sign of them, but came up empty. They were gone. A fog rolled in the distance, thick and all-encompassing, swallowing up everything in its path. That's when I heard it. A voice that carried within the wind. It was high-pitched, yet soft at the same time. It wasn't familiar, but somehow it brought comfort to me at the same time. "Mate to Alpha of the Colorado Pack," the voice boomed, surrounding me in every direction, but I could not see who the voice belonged to. Then I heard it again, somehow louder this time. "Your human body is dying, but do not worry your son, he will live." I stood frozen in that valley, my hands shaking. "He will be the legitimate heir and will become Alpha one day. Do not worry, child, but the pack will not speak of him in their legends. They will speak of you." But as soon as I went to answer, the sky returned to blue and the fog cleared. And in the valley, the 3 wolves reappeared. This is it, I thought. I am dying.
Chapter 36. POV. Cain. I knew before Mia even called me. I had been sitting outside the door for hours, ever since Mia asked me to leave, in order to give Kiera space to breathe. But I was afraid that my absence did the opposite, that it made Kiera wonder why I wasn't with her, that it made her feel like I was abandoning her instead. My hand was already on the doorknob when I heard Mia call her name. I sprinted into the room within seconds. I was at Kiera's side immediately, clutching her hand against my heart and whispering her name, praying to the moon goddess with every ounce of my being. But Kiera never opened her eyes, not once. Even though she still breathed, even though her chest still rose and fell, even though I knew she was still alive, it terrified me seeing her like this. It terrified me knowing that she was weakening, that her body was so close to failing, and all because she was pregnant with a half-werewolf, half-human baby. And the worst part was that I'd have to choose between her, my mate, and him, our baby. I watched beads of sweat trace down her body as her breathing gave out and she collapsed, her eyes never opening, which somehow made it even worse. It made everything worse seeing her like this, realizing that a choice would be inevitable. I wrapped my arms around her body, pressing my chest into hers, and I cried.
The tears weren't soft. It wasn't a muffled sob. It was something much, much louder. It was a war cry, one that vibrated in my chest and echoed throughout the room. Then came the pleading. Boo-hoo.
Kiera, baby, please, wake up. Kiera, I cried into her chest, wetting the blanket she was wrapped in. Mia stood behind me, and for a moment, I forgot she was even there.
She spoke softly, her hand on the top of my shoulder. Alpha.
I won't, I told her, as I remained bent over her frail body.
Alpha,
she continued. Alpha, she's weak.
I know that, damn it!
I yelled, pounding my fist onto the bed, angry and upset. Rage poured through me, and I couldn't control it any longer. I can't, Mia. I won't lose her. I can't. I shook my head, hanging my head low, as the tears continued streaming down my cheeks. Then I realized it, as I was gripping her hand, begging her to open her eyes and look at me, begging her to make it through this. I realized what I needed to do.
I needed to mark her.
I bared my teeth, nearing her neckline, inches away from sinking my teeth onto her skin, when Mia stopped me, pulling me backwards. I almost lost my footing as she did.
Stop, Alpha!
Mia yelled.
You cannot mark her. You will risk losing her and the baby if you do.
My eyes flared gold as I snapped at her. If I don't mark her, then I'll lose her, I said, growling.
Mia cowered, baring her neck in submission, but whispered, You can't, Alpha.
I snapped, backing her into a wall. I will not lose my mate.
Everything unfolded so quickly. Mia cowering, anger rushing through me, Kiera weakening. Then it all went black, and all I saw was a green valley, bright blue sky up above, and 3 wolves in a pasture. One wolf resembled mine closely, the other had a bright white coat, and the third was much smaller, with a golden coloring, and looked like a pup. I stared at the wolves, confused, yet drawn to them for some reason, until the sky went completely gray and a fog rolled in. Then a voice sounded, echoing loudly and clearly, though it could not be seen in the distance. Mark her, the voice demanded. I didn't respond, out of shock. The voice sounded again. Claim your mate. The fog rolled in thicker, until all I could see were 2 white eyes. The fog cleared a little, and in the distance, I saw a shadow of a gigantic white wolf. Claim your mate or lose her forever. It is your choice, Alpha. Then the darkness faded and I was staring back at Mia. I didn't think. I ran, straight toward my mate, towards her crumpling, dying body, while Mia chased after me, her screams tearing through the air behind us.
Chapter 37. POV. Kiera. I was surrounded by fog. Around me was darkness, fog, but a light streaming in the distance. The words oscillated in my head on a constant loop. He will be the legitimate heir, and will become Alpha one day. Do not worry, child, but the pack will not speak of him in their legends. They will speak of you. 3 wolves stood in the distance, staring at me, their eyes fixated on me, as if this wasn't a dream, but a reality instead. I stepped towards them, trying to quicken my pace, but it was impossible. My feet felt like they were cemented cinder blocks. I blinked, opening my mouth to speak, but no words came out. All I could do was stare. I could see them, but not speak. I wanted to move, but I couldn't. The light fixated on them, exemplifying the colors of their fur, causing them to shine in the distance. I tried to move again, but it was useless. I couldn't move. Then I heard it again, a booming voice from up above, as if it was the heavens summoning me. But it couldn't be. Why would God show wolves? Why would God send cryptic messages? The words soaked into my skin.
The mark will save you. The mark will serve you. The mark will strengthen you.
And I was damned certain that God wouldn't be speaking about a mark, a werewolf mark either. It had to be their god, the female goddess they spoke of, the moon goddess, the one Cain spoke of, the one he said willed our bond, our fate, our mateship. And now instead of meeting my god, I was meeting theirs, dying in the way a wolf would. My breath began to heighten, each inhale sharp and ragged, scraping painfully through my chest. This is it. This is the end of my life. This is the last thing I'll see. Boo-hoo! The tears began to stream down my face without stopping. They landed on my lips, and the taste of salt only made me cry harder. My breath began to heighten, ragged, painful, quick inhales that clawed against my throat. Each breath felt smaller than the last, as if the air itself had begun to abandon me. But it wasn't just the fact that I was dying that made the grief rise in my chest. It was my baby. The thought struck like a sudden flash of light through fog. I would never see my baby again. I would never hold him. I would never hear his voice or feel his tiny hands clutching at my fingers. All the moments that were supposed to come. First steps, laughter, scraped knees, sleepy smiles gone before they had even begun. And then a worse thought followed. That I couldn't believe the voice. Because what if my baby died with me? The realization crashed into me so violently it hurt more than the failing breath in my lungs. The idea that my child's life could end here, tangled with mine, before they ever had the chance to live it. That I could fail them in the most final way possible. That hurt the worst. Because dying was terrifying, yes, but knowing my child might never live at all, that was unbearable. I felt a kick within my stomach. But when I went down to caress it, my stomach was flat. The baby wasn't there. My stomach was flat and empty. Boo-hoo! And that only made me cry harder. The tears poured down my face, and I began to sob as I stared through the fog at the wolves beyond. The sobs were the only sound I heard in the quiet distance. Then the voice boomed again. The tone was loud and commanding. Death is part of the process. Do not fear it. Embrace it. And as soon as the wind quieted, the voice faded. The sky went completely black. The fog was gone now, and so were the wolves. The light even faded. Then I felt it. Searing pain, like something was cutting through my skin, puncturing it, marking me. It felt like teeth sinking into the skin of my neck, tearing a tendon as they did. I screamed out in pain, gasping, as I collapsed onto the forest floor. Every inch of my body tingled from the sensation. Painful, ecstatic, eternal. I struggled to breathe, gasping for deeper breaths that never seemed deep enough. Each inhale was sharp and desperate, tearing into my lungs before escaping just as quickly. My fingernails dug into the damp earth beneath me, the cool mud pressing under my nails as I clawed at the ground. It was the only thing keeping me anchored. The ground steadied me, kept me from drifting too far into the darkness creeping at the edges of my vision. Yet with every gasp, something inside me unraveled. Something inside me awakened. Something deep within my chest stirred, slow, unfamiliar, and powerful. Beneath the pain and the panic, beneath the fear clawing at my lungs, a strange strength began to rise. It crept through me like heat spreading through frozen limbs. Something inside of me felt strong. I blinked my eyes open, a scream leaving my mouth as I felt it coming. The baby was coming, and I wasn't dead. Instead, I was alive, and I've never felt stronger in my entire life.
Chapter 38. POV. Cain. The moment her eyes opened, I felt it. A shift. The air itself seemed to change, heavy with something unseen. I felt it waver off of her, the invisible weight pulling away like a tide retreating from the shore. And in that brief moment, everything felt different. And then I saw it. Her eyes, they glowed, gold. I staggered back, losing my footing, shocked from what I had just seen. It couldn't be. Could it? Yet it was. Her eyes were gold. They were the same shade of gold that mine were when my wolf was near. I gripped Kiera's hand tighter, feeling the life force surge throughout her as a deafening scream left her lips. "Kiera," I whispered. But she didn't speak back. Instead, she screamed again, the sound leaving her mouth in a deafening echo. Her fingers crushed mine as another contraction hit her. I didn't pull away, even when the pressure nearly ground the bones in my hand together. If it helped her hold on, she could break every finger for all I cared. But I stared into her gold eyes, perplexed.
Breathe, Kiera, Mia said steadily, steading at the front of the bed, watching the inside of Kiera's legs, waiting for the baby.
Kiera's chest rose and fell in uneven gasps as she fought for air between the waves of pain. But despite her breaths and the undoubtful pain that surged throughout her body, I've never seen her this strong. Then another contraction hit. Her whole body curled forward, a cry ripping from her throat as she squeezed my hand. The baby's coming.
Keep pushing, Mia said without hesitation. You got this, Kiera.
Mia exchanged a glance with me, her forehead wrinkling as she did. I whispered, "Her eyes!" "Huh!" Mia gave me a wary look. "Maybe it's the baby." "No, it's her. It's Kiera," I said with certainty. But she couldn't be. It didn't make sense. Kiera couldn't have a wolf. It shouldn't be possible. It wouldn't be possible. Then Kiera's breathing turned frantic as the pressure built again. "I need to push," she managed out. Mia nodded immediately, moving her gaze away from mine and back to Kiera. I brushed the damp hair from her forehead. "I'm right here, baby," I murmured quietly, comforting. The contraction faded, and she collapsed back against the pillows, chest heaving as her eyes stayed bright gold. For a moment, fear crept up my spine, but I forced it down.
You got this, baby, I told her. You got this. You're so strong.
Kiera drew in a shaky breath and pushed again, her fingers digging into my hand hard enough to make the bones grind. I didn't care. Mia suddenly leaned forward. "I can see the head," she said in excitement. Her golden eyes never wavered. Instead, they locked onto mine and never left.
Almost there, Mia said. Just one more push.
Kiera pushed with everything she had left.
Then a small cry broke through the silence.
I felt something in my chest loosen instantly. Mia lifted the newborn baby boy carefully.
Mia gently placed him against Kiera's chest. Kiera's arms wrapped around the baby instinctively as tears slipped down her face as she looked down at him in wonder. And when she looked up at me, her eyes still glowed gold. And that's when I felt it. The shift was clear now. Before it was just speculation, as her eyes glowed gold. But as I looked down at Kiera with our baby in her arms, I felt it, the wolf energy wavering off of her, like a female wolf protecting her newborn pup. I began, the words silencing in my throat. You have a wolf, Kiera. Shock settled within me, in waves, gracing every inch of my body and mind. It hadn't hit me yet. Until now. Kiera had a wolf. She was no longer a human. She was my Luna, but now a true Luna. No, she whispered in a laugh, cradling our baby against her chest, tenderly. But then her forehead wrinkled in reflection, as if she was thinking, considering my words. No, it can't be. But it is, Kiera, I said, exchanging a glance between Mia and her. You feel it, the strength, don't you? She began, breathing heavily, her hands shaking as she held our baby. I saw something. I cocked an eyebrow, holding my arms, offering to hold our baby. With shaky hands, she handed him to me. I wrapped my arms around him, rocking him back and forth, allowing Kiera to wrap her mind around the transformation. She glanced down at the inside of her palms, as if they held the answers. I saw something. When I was in labor, when I thought I was dying, I waited for her to continue. And I think it was your god, your goddess, who was preparing me for this moment. For
the change!
I whispered, looking down at our baby boy in wonder. The goddess saved you. She knew that the birth would kill you. It felt like I was dying, she said softly. I thought I was. What does that mean? She asked in a rush. My wolf howled inside of me, happy about the revelation. You have a wolf now, Kiera. You're no longer human. Kiera stared up at me, a mixture of disbelief and understanding within her gaze. After everything she'd seen, after everything she'd been through, she knew it was possible, that the impossible could be possible, but it should be impossible. I glanced down at our baby in my arms, his cries soft, as I rocked him back and forth in my arms. Destiny doesn't care about impossibility. And when she looked up at me, her eyes weren't full of fear, but instead full of hope. Chapter 39. POV. Cain. The next day, I wasn't sure how she did it, but she did. Somehow, Kiera managed to sleep the entire night with a newborn baby nestled safely in her arms. The baby was swaddled tightly, resting against her chest, while Kiera remained curled at an awkward 90-degree angle. It didn't look comfortable in the slightest, and yet she never moved. Not once. I stayed awake longer than I should have, watching the slow rise and fall of her breathing, expecting her to stir or adjust or wake the moment the baby shifted, but she didn't. She slept straight through the night, as if her body had decided that, after everything it had endured, it was finally owed its rest. But I was the exact opposite sleep-wise. I hadn't rested at all, maybe an hour, if I was lucky of fragmented sleep, each minute punctuated by a half-waking panic that left my chest tight. My body was still on edge, every nerve alert, convinced that I would wake to find it all gone, that Kiera and our son were nothing but a cruel trick my mind had conjured in some restless fever dream. I kept expecting the worst, expecting to open my eyes and find an empty bed, or worse, that the cries I'd heard last night were only echoes in a nightmare. Every time I glanced toward them, I had to remind myself that it was real, that she was really there, curled around our newborn, and that he was really ours. Still, the relief never fully settled. I was awake, aware, waiting for the moment reality would shatter, even though I prayed it wouldn't.
But every time I opened my eyes, I realized that expecting the worst was useless, especially when everything was perfect as it was.
Bless the goddess. I still couldn't believe it, that Kiera actually had a wolf. I gazed at her again, looking at her in pure admiration, studying the way her chest rose and fell as she slept, and how the color had returned to her pale skin.
She would be all right. Our baby would be all right. And that thought alone brought me comfort.
The months before Kiera gave birth were brutal, tremendously difficult. Every day felt like walking on a knife's edge, balancing on the fragile line between peace and chaos. Our bond had been met with outrage, whispers of rebellion and dissent spreading through the pack. People spoke openly about leaving, about challenging us, about stirring up trouble. They never actually acted on it. Not directly, but the threat hung over every conversation, every gathering, every glance. Living like that was exhausting. I spent months bracing myself, expecting disaster to strike at any moment, wondering when it would all fall apart. And even when nothing happened, the fear never fully left. And then when Kiera started having contractions, seeing her like that, so strong one moment, and then trembling, gasping, as if life itself was slipping from her. I don't think I've ever been that scared before in my life.
And now, it felt like I could finally breathe easy, knowing that the revelation of Kiera now having a wolf changed everything.
Kiera stirred awake, her long eyelashes batting against her skin, as she finally blinked her eyes open, her gaze landing on the sleeping baby in her arms first, before flicking up to meet mine. "Good morning." "Good morning." I smiled so widely that it overtook the entirety of my face. "How did you sleep?" She rolled her neck, yawning and shrugging. "I slept like a log." I laughed. "I'm surprised. That angle didn't look comfortable." She glanced down at our baby, pressing him further against her chest. "I guess being uncomfortable is part of being a mother." I nodded, watching her in admiration. Kiera smiled, her gaze never leaving our baby boys. "We haven't named him yet," she said quietly. "Any ideas?" I asked. She looked up at me then. "Well, one, but it's probably dumb." "Nothing you ever say is dumb, baby," I smiled, scooting closer and lacing my arm around her shoulders. Kiera's gaze steadied on mine. Then she said, "I took a Greek mythology class in college, and one name always stayed with me. It just sounds so strong." I tilted her chin up, leaning in to press a kiss into her lips. "Tell me."
Lycaon, she said, and the name sounded perfect on her lips. It's the name of a king who turned into a wolf in Greek mythology. It symbolizes transformation and resilience.
I smiled, wide and all-encompassing.
"I know, it's dumb," she replied, shaking her head and looking down.
"No," I replied, tilting her chin back up so she could look at me. "It isn't. It's perfect. Lycaon. Lie, for short." "Lie," I repeated. A few hours later, we stood behind the pack house, surrounded by all of our pack members. Kiera stood at my side, Lycaon nestled in her grasp. Everything around us was silent. Everything.
I stepped forward, keeping Kiera close, guiding her with a gentle but firm hand. My voice rose, carrying through the silence like a storm breaking over calm waters. "Kiera, my mate, has given birth to my heir, your future alpha. His name is Lycaon."
I paused, letting the words hang in the air, letting every ear in the pack hear them and feel them. "Many of you judged Kiera when she first arrived," I continued, "for things she could never control, for being human, for being different from you. You doubted her. You whispered. You sneered. You questioned her strength. I stepped closer to them, along with Kiera. But despite it all, she endured. She stayed strong when you would have broken. She carried herself through your doubts, your disapproval, and your fear. And she was given a gift that many of you will never receive, a gift from the goddess herself." I let my hand fall to the swaddled baby in her arms. Her own wolf, her own strength, a bond that will last a lifetime. My eyes never left the pack. Kiera has always been your Luna. She has always stood by my side. She has always been my strength. But now, she has her own. She has proven herself a warrior, in body, in heart, and in spirit. I took a slow, steadying breath, feeling the pack's energy shift, the respect, the awe, the quiet acknowledgement of what she had endured and had become. She is Luna. She is a mother. She is a warrior. And she is unbreakable. I expected outrage, or disagreement, or even denial, but there was none. Instead, one by one, each pack member began bowing in respect.
The goddess has bestowed upon Kiera the greatest gift, I proclaimed, my voice carrying. The same gift that the first wolf was blessed with. And now, the goddess herself has marked her, honored her, and entrusted her with her own wolf and her own legacy.
There were no disagreements, only silence, signifying a shift in my pack, a shift in respect and acceptance. I turned towards Kiera then, my eyes welled with tears that did not fall. They were not tears of sadness, but tears of happiness. I never expected my destiny to become what it had. But as I stared at Kiera as she cradled Lycaon and at my pack, I realized something profound. This was the fulfillment of everything I had fought for, everything I had dreamed of, everything I had feared I might never see. Kiera had endured every trial, braved every doubt, and emerged stronger than anyone could have imagined. And our baby was the living proof of the bond we shared. In that moment, I understood it fully. It was the most fulfilled destiny one could ever hope for. Not just power, not just legacy, but of love. And that brings us to the end of this story.
Thank you for listening all the way through. We hope this audiobook kept you entertained and left you wanting more. If you enjoyed it, please take a moment to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share your thoughts in the comments. Let us know what kind of stories you'd like to hear next.
There are plenty more full audiobooks waiting for you here, so be sure to check out the channel for your next great listen. Until next time, happy listening.